What's up, everyone? Rebel RS Productions here. I've taken a short hiatus from YouTube for a while. It's been about 3 months since my last documentary, and I'm going to get back into it. I did my Solving Kennedy series early this year, and I took a pretty deep dive into what really happened in his assassination. I looked at James Files, I looked at David Atlee Phillips, then I tried to solve RFK and JFK Jr., and now I'm back, and I've actually got my hands on something very special. In my Solving Kennedy to Phillips connection video, I mentioned the fact that I tried to track down David Atlee Phillips' 1988 memoir, The Secret Wars Diary. And I even went to the University of Miami to try to track it down because it was the last known copy in Florida. And unfortunately, they said it was missing. So I had to scour the internet, and there was no listings on Amazon or eBay. So I was honestly pissed off. I mean, I couldn't figure out what to do. I really wanted to know the truth about this guy and what he had to say about the implications that he was actually the CIA handler for Lee Harvey Oswald, and then also there's Antonio Veciana, who said he used the name Maurice Bishop, and then you got James Files, who said he was also a CIA handler, but some people think James Files is just copying Antonio Veciana or other books he read about David Atlee Phillips. So I wanted to know the truth from the man himself. So I finally found a $49.99 copy on Amazon, and I jumped on it. And then the crazy thing is it's actually signed by his wife Gina Phillips, dated 1988. And I just thought it wasn't listed on Amazon as signed, so I just thought that's a pretty good added bonus. So I'm excited to get into the book. Maybe we can discover the real truth behind the Kennedy murders. And this is going to be a first for YouTube. No one else has covered this book, and I've scoured it a little bit, and I've found a couple mentions of Maurice Bishop. So it'll be really interesting to see what he has to say. So let's get into it.
The Secret Wars Diary by David Atlee Phillips. My adventures in combat, espionage operations, and covert action. Introduction by Thomas Powers. Published by Stone Trail Press. In early 1975, my wife Gina and I watched television and read the newspapers with growing dismay. Sensational headlines and irresponsible accusations threatened the U.S. intelligence institution. When I told my retired friend and former colleague in arms, Jim Flannery, I was contemplating early retirement to establish an association to explain what intelligence was, and probably more important, what it was not, Jim agreed to join me. 5 others shared my living room as an office for the organization. We refused to be apologists. We did defend the concept of an important intelligence service. Finally, the clandestine service had a constituency. What will we say? I asked Jim. He scribbled a credo on the back of his son's high school homework paper. Sincere people on all sides of the U.S. intelligence issue may disagree radically, but I think, and hope, we can agree that first, while an intelligence system may function with much greater ease and effectiveness in a closed society, it's in support of the wrong cause. Secondly, that the difficulties the U.S. system may encounter from time to time are far outweighed by the values which create these problems and make our job of defending them under any circumstances worthwhile. I explained to Gina that our salary would be cut in half should I retire. There were 5 more college careers to finance. The first summer I told Gina might be very thin. Gina got up and went into the kitchen to pour herself a drink. I presume it was a thick one. Then she came back and said, I know where I can get a summer job. Then she added, go. This book is for Gina. Introduction by Thomas Powers. With publication in 1979 of The Man Who Kept Secrets, Richard Helms and the CIA, Thomas Powers became America's undisputed authority on the U.S. clandestine service. He is respected by agency critics and supporters alike. Mr. Powers is currently writing a history of nuclear weapons. He lives in Vermont with his wife and 3 daughters. David Atlee Phillips ended his career as he began it, as a writer. In the CIA, where he spent the middle 25 years of his life before retiring in 1975, he is probably best remembered as a veteran of the long intelligence wars in Latin America, especially in Chile. But the public knows him as a writer, the author. In a dozen productive years of many magazine and newspaper articles and several books, including The Night Watch, still probably the best of the agency autobiographies. When Phillips was recruited by the CIA in Chile in the early 1950s, the agency was in its infancy, coming to grips with the fact that Cold War with Russia inevitably meant a clandestine war with the Communist Party. In every corner of the globe, the Communists had a 30-year head start in the organization of an international apparatus. The commie intern before the war, the commie informer after, and at least 50 years of experience in the arts of secret operations. Phillips was a young veteran of World War II, of 11 missions with the 15th Air Force in Italy, and a year in a German POW camp. The theater was Phillips' first love, but his play about POWs, a section is included in Secret War's diary, was preempted by the Broadway success of Stalag 17, and Phillips took his ambitions to Chile. There he brought a frail English newspaper, the South Pacific Mail, moved it to Santiago, and inevitably caught the eye of the CIA. How could it have been otherwise? He was young, he had his own printing press, he spoke the language, and he was ready for adventure. For the next 25 years, Phillips' personal history was the history of the agency. Contract work in Chile led to a 4-month stint, running a clandestine radio service during the Guatemalan operation in 1954, a tour de force in which mirrors and sleight of hand pushed an unfriendly leader into permanent exile. President Dwight D. Eisenhower was thrilled. Phillips got a full-time job with the agency. The rest is well told in The Night Watch. Cuba and the Bay of Pigs, Mexico City. In 1963, when President Kennedy was assassinated, the Dominican Republic in 1965, Brazil and Venezuela, and finally, Washington as chief of the Western Hemisphere Division and the Deputy Directorate of Plans. There, Phillips insists he did not oversee the overthrow of Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973, that was the doing of the Chileans, who were after all first amongst the interested parties. What the CIA contributed to the mess in Chile, apparently never ending, can be left to the historians. Phillips retired from the CIA in 1975 at a moment of supreme crisis in the agency's history. For 28 years, the CIA had conducted itself as intelligence services do, with an eye for what works, in the service of men in power, as they think wise or expedient, more or less ready for the occasional flap when things go wrong, but confident the secrets will mostly remain intact. Winston Churchill, who had a small patience for the conspiratorial view of history, once said that the big things in this world all get into the newspaper. He was right, but intelligence work involves a great many small things with a capacity to become big if they ever do get into the newspaper. And by 1975, American newspapers had got a bulldog's grip on the CIA. The agency's domestic operations, macabre drug testing programs, plots to overthrow and even assassinate foreign leaders were all spilling into the public domain. Senator Frank Church was completing a detailed investigation into the CIA, citing chapter and verse in a manner usually reserved only for nations defeated in war. How could it have been otherwise? The CIA had become a principal arm of American foreign policy. In theory, the agency had been founded to provide policymakers with intelligence, timely information, put into context to help policymakers be sure-footed with foresight. But intelligence in that sense is only paper, and policymakers, that is, men in power, have notoriously short attention spans. They want to do things, and the CIA's charter had been provided with a barn door open to covert action, the right to perform such other functions and duties relating to intelligence affecting the national security as the National Security Council may from time to time direct. The NSC was not laggard with directions. The big things in Phillips' career at the agency had mostly involved attempts to support, oppose, or change governments. That was what won the attention of presidents and their advisors, and it was inevitable that newspapers, which is a way of saying the public, would eventually find their way into this closed loop. No policy of substance, though the measures taken to carry it out, can remain indefinitely a secret of the government, where the people are ultimately sovereign. In any event, it happened, and the result was a shaking of public confidence which threatened the moral the autonomy, and perhaps even the existence of the CIA. Phillips says the first thing he planned to do in retirement was to fix a broken screen door. This is the remark of a man tired in the way only intelligence work can make him tired. But instead of fixing the screen door, which may be broken still, Phillips embarked on a dozen-year campaign to support, defend, and explain the agency for which he had worked. How could it have been otherwise? Phillips knew the agency had routinely done a great many things it would be awkward to explain in public, and the church committee had uncovered a few he had not known about, which richly deserved condemnation in public. But the CIA described in the news the rogue elephant so called by Church, a charge later withdrawn in whisper, bore small resemblance to the agency Phillips knew from the inside. Now he was on the outside. The agency was being attacked from the outside, and Phillips was swept into an instant whirlwind media career as the defender of the agency from the outside. Phillips' voice was only one tool in his campaign. The other was a news organization, the Association of Retired Intelligence Officers, later renamed the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, bringing with it a quantum leap in potential membership. To provide the intelligence community with the sort of public friends every other big interest in American government had long enjoyed. This was a daring thing to do, a dramatic departure from the traditional dependence on old boy networks. But AFIO, in which Phillips played an important role from the start, is only one part of his contribution to American public life. The other is his writing, his books, and this new collection of 37 articles, reviews, biographical essays, and chunks of imaginative writing. In the literary business, occasional writings are called fugitive pieces, and Phillips has rightly called his collection a diary and a scrapbook. Conventional newspaper comment is found here, side by side with scenes from two plays, a long account of Alan Dooley's intelligence career, a running quarrel with the CIA's first defector, Philip Agee, another long biographical account of Phillips' friend Richard Welch, whose only public act was to be murdered in Athens in 1975. It is unlikely that any other name or star on the wall of CIA's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, a memorial to those killed in the line of duty, has provoked anything like the warm public honor which Phillips has done Welch in this piece. You might quarrel with Phillips' conviction that American muckrackers share responsibilities for Welch's death by having identified him as a CIA officer, but there is no quarreling with Phillips' sorrow for the loss of his friend. Most of the pieces in Secret War's diary have been published before, but it would be no easy job to track them down in a major library, and it is good to have them collected in one volume. They are uniformly friendly to the agency, but have no tone of special pleading. Anyone interested in intelligence will find the ground rich. Phillips is a keeper of secrets, but he also works on the novelist's chief operating principle that truth resides in the details. It is character, situation, and context he looks for in any narrative. What happened, who did it, and what it felt like at the time. Besides, it is one of the truisms of intelligence that you can never know in advance which details are going to matter. Phillips provides a lot of them, and some will open doors he never anticipated. This is how it should be. As the trusted right arm of American presidents since 1947, the CIA has helped to make our history, and it is only natural that Americans should want to inquire deeply into what inevitably remains our conduct of relations with the rest of the world. The Constitution appoints no one to rule where operational secrecy ends and the stuff of history begins. We must work it out as we go along, with plenty of bruising and complaint on both sides. Any student of American intelligence over the last 40 years will soon run into the name and the work of David Atlee Phillips. How could it have been otherwise? He played an important role in the agency in the years when it was still inventing itself. He retired with the trust of his government from a position of responsibility, and he has openly defended his life, work, and convictions since with the only tool at a writer's command and the best stuff of which we make honest history, words on paper. Part 1. Behind Hitler's Wire. Chapter 1. My round-trip POW adventure. Second Lieutenant Stephen Zimmerman's face was a map of astonishment. Steve had a reason to be surprised, as he had just been booted in the ass by a sergeant. I had never before kicked an officer. It was a few minutes after noon, May 29th, 1944. Lieutenant Zimmerman, the bombarder on our B-24, had been praying when I kicked him. Our pilot, First Lieutenant Robert McDaniel, had instructed his 9-man crew moments before to bail out of the crippled plane. Steve and I had learned evacuation drills during flight training before our squadron began combat missions from Foggia, Italy. Now Steve cranked open the nose wheel hatch. Then he paused to pray, kneeling 8,000 feet above a patchwork of green-brown Yugoslavian countryside. I hoisted myself backwards out of my nose turret, snapped on my chest parachute, and turned to jump through the hatch. Steve obstructed my departure, thus the kick. I was eager, even anxious to parachute, as Bob had warned us that our plane was about to explode, as he figured it pretty soon. The B-24 was a fine aircraft, but not infallible, and ours was losing altitude after bombing a Focke-Wulf fighter factory in the suburbs of Vienna. It had been a trying foray. The plane had been shredded by flake from anti-aircraft batteries protecting the Austrian capital. Shards of metal still burned where they had lodged in my back and legs. The ground fire had reached one engine, forcing us to drift out of the tight defense formation of our bomber group. As we straggled towards Italy, 3 German Messerschmitt 109 fighters attacked as we limped over the Austrian border into Yugoslavia. Machine gun bullets perforated the fuselage of our plane. We returned the fire from 10 50 caliber guns, 2 each in the top, tail, and bottom turrets, from the waist guns on each side of the aircraft, and from the 2 guns in my nose turret. Bob McDaniel found sanctuary in a cloud bank. The ME-109s were gone when we lumbered out of the clouds. We lost altitude alarmingly as we approached the Adriatic Sea. Red danger signals flashed on the cockpit instrument panel. Bob feathered 2 of the 4 engines. It was frightening to suddenly see the propellers useless, where before invisible. They had kept the plane aloft. Bob made an announcement. He explained that we could not make it to Foggia, or even across the narrow Adriatic Sea to the Italian mainland. Our alternative destination was the tiny island of Vis, 30 miles off the Yugoslavian coast. Vis was occupied by an Allied escape and evasion detachment. A short runaway there gave us hope for a safe landing, or of being able to crash land in favorable circumstances. Our expectation dimmed when Bob commanded us to abandon ship, even though we could discern the island of Vis in the distance. The intercom crackled with prospects, with protests as crew members questioned their pilot's decision. Why risk capture or worse in German-held Yugoslavia when we could see refuge on the horizon? Lieutenant Bob Daniel was a good pilot and a civil person. "You are welcome to remain aboard, gentlemen," Bob said, his voice calm, "but I am about to jump." This was convincing, and when Steve Zimmerman finally bailed out, I dropped into the sky. In the previous months, the 10 members of our B-24 crew trained at several air bases in the U.S. We flew our own plane to the combat zone. Our first stop was in Fortaleza, Brazil, where we spent a hilarious night in what we thought was a local nightclub, but which turned out to be a spectacular whorehouse. After flying the Atlantic, we stopped over in Marrakech, Morocco. The Medina, or Cash Bash, there was off limits to American troops, and we were warned that slipping into the native quarter was inviting trouble. But a buddy and I disregarded the warning and boozed up, and pretended to be free French soldiers, and spent the night going from one native bar in Medina to another. We had no problem. But an American major who did the same thing the same night we did, well, the next morning his body was dumped over the wall of the forbidden section of the city, his testicles sewed into his mouth. Our final training was at Bouavouk in Tunis, in the mud of a plain outside the ancient city of Carthage. Then we flew to our permanent base in Foggia. One of our first missions was to bomb the oil fields in Romania. We were on our 11th mission when we caught it over Vienna, and, attempting to return to Foggia, had to bail out. We all landed safely, but inside the barbed wire fences of a vast German military complex on the Yugoslavian coast. A German sergeant found me attempting to hide under scrawny seaside underbrush. "Poor Voss," he said. "Liguan on funny." The platitude, nearly always spoken in French, welcomed thousands of other American servicemen to the life of a prisoner of war in Nazi Germany. We contemplated escape after our crew was rounded up, but we chickened out. We were flown from Zagreb, a large city, to Tresel in Nazi-occupied Italy in a Junkers Ju-52, the German military transport version of the DC-3. The pilot was hedge-hopping at 500 feet, prepared to make an emergency landing if spotted by an Allied fighter. We sat in the rear of the plane. A German soldier watched us, his back to the cockpit and a machine gun on his lap. We discussed a plan to overpower the guard and skyjack the plane, assuming the German didn't understand English. We abandoned the escape attempt when the German, in excellent English, asked Bob McDaniel for a match. From Tresel, we were taken in a train with covered windows to Dong Luft, the German interrogation center near Frankfurt, Germany. After 2 days of questions and threats by German officers seeking classified information, I was released on June 5, 1944, to be sent to a regular prison camp. While we waited for a train in the Frankfurt station, I was surprised when a German guard offered me a cigarette. Such solitude was unusual. Later I learned that Allies had landed in France that morning. American prisoners were confined in camps all over Germany. My own camp was Stockluft 4, which was actually in Poland, near the west end of the Baltic Sea. Life was rough, and not all prisoners survived. One of the members of my B-24 crew died from malnutrition at Stalag 4. But most prisoners managed to hang on to their sense of humor, and there were pleasant escapades to remember. Many of our laughs came from the Yankee ingenuity that produced, for instance, dynamic moonshine from whatever ingredients were at hand. The best brews were distilled from potatoes, and the worst, known by such names as Whistlebelly Vengeance, cooked up from prunes and apricots from Red Cross food parcels. There was a plentiful supply of in-camp jokes, which every prisoner learned. One concerned a Dear John letter from a prisoner received from a girlfriend in the States. "I got tired of waiting," she supposedly wrote, "and married your father. Love, Mother." We had a great fun confusing the Germans. Kriegies Frangren noses were counted twice each day, when morning and evening roll calls were held. In one compound there were 1,200 Americans. The Nazis, always methodical, confined exactly the same number of British soldiers in an adjunct compound. A tunnel was dug, not to escape, but to link the two compounds. Before a roll call one morning, 4 Americans crawled through the tunnel under the fence to the British compound. Thus, when the Germans counted noses, they found 1,224, and in the American compound, only 1,106. The underground shuttle continued for several weeks, sometimes with 1 POW, sometimes with half a dozen. Roll calls lasted for hours, while frustrated Germans counted noses over and over to the delight of the prisoners. The joke finished when the weather became nasty and prisoners didn't want to stay outside any longer than necessary. Other episodes were grim. In July 1944, Russian troops advanced to Stalag 4 in Hadrij near Estonia. The Germans loaded 10,000 U.S. prisoners on a steamer in the Baltic Sea to be transported to our camp. The ship was overloaded, and the sea voyage was a nightmare. One of those aboard later recalled, POWs were jammed into the hold of the boat so thick that the deck was completely covered by bodies. Rats on the boat ran down the wall inside the hold, and, when frightened by the POWs, would fall onto the packed bodies. The rats could not find the deck, and bounced around the bodies until they found the opposite wall. Disembarking, the prisoners traveled by train to a depot 6 kilometers from our camp. They were forced to run the remaining distance. Goaded on by the German guards, soldiers, sailors, and dogs, many of the prisoners were handcuffed in pairs. All had to abandon the precious personal possessions they had carried from their old camp. I was an eyewitness as they arrived, frantic and exhausted, at the gates of Stalag 4. I watched as one survivor was carried away to the medic's office. He had to be treated for 6 dozen wounds inflicted by bayonet welding guards. We had been aware the Germans were ruthless in dealing with prisoners from European countries, but we believed that, for some reason, probably anticipating an Allied victory, they were relatively easy on the British and the Americans. Word began to filter through the camps. Americans were being killed by the Nazis. In March 1944, 2 American officers and 13 men who had been taken behind German lines in Italy were executed. In September, American POWs were amongst 47 Allied prisoners who were literally forced to work themselves to death. In December 1944, 71 Americans were executed after being captured in Malmedy during the Battle of the Bulge. In January 1945, members of the Anglo-American military mission parachuted into Slovakia and were taken to the concentration camp, and all, including an Associated Press correspondent, were executed. Life became much grimmer. It was January 1945 that Soviet troops advanced from the east towards Stalag 4, which by then had a population of 15,000 prisoners. The Germans decided to evacuate the camp and to relocate us to M. Stammlager 13D at Nuremberg. Most of the POWs set out on foot for the long march through bitter winter weather. Our barracks was only one of 2 to win, a drawing. We were allowed to join the sick and the wounded who would travel by train. 50 of us were crammed into a small railroad train. For 2 days, it remained in the railway yards while Allied bombs dropped nearby. We began our journey. 2 loaves of green bread were divided daily amongst the 50 of us. There was little water. The Germans refused to allow us to empty our honey pots. And the van became almost unbearable with the stench of urine, shit, and vomit. We took turns so we could sleep. 25 men standing, 25 on the floor. I shook a prisoner on the floor when it was my turn to sleep, and he wouldn't get up, but he was dead. Finally, after 8 wretched days, we arrived at the new camp. Thirsty American prisoners fought each other for a place in line at the only available water faucet. We learned that despite the ordeal in the rail vans, we had been lucky. Many of our buddies on the long march perished in the freezing weather because of insufficient clothing and lack of food. Some struggled through the snow for a month before they trudged into Nuremberg. The living conditions at M. Staglager 13D were the worst we experienced in Germany. No water for showers, scant food, and no amenities. Our only diversion was to enjoy ringside seats to watch the Allied bombing of Nuremberg. The U.S. 9th Air Force from England in that morning, the 15th Air Force from Italy in the afternoon, and the British Royal Air Force at night. P-51 and P-47 fighters and RAF Mosquitoes straffled the area consistently. When a mutilation storage dump was hit, the sky lighted up so brightly that I could read a German newspaper at midnight. We survived. Scarce as the water was, we always found a way to shave, so that the vermin population on our bodies would not increase with lice in our beards. In April 1945, the Germans decided to move us again. During the march, a friend named Cliff and I found an opportunity to escape when American fighters buzzed the mile-long column of prisoners. The U.S. pilots did not strafe the column, we learned later, because the senior American POW at the rear of the line of marching men ordered the prisoners there to strip to the waist and kneel on the highway so that their shivering backs spelled out POW. In confusion, guards and prisoners scattered into the underbrush on the side of the road. Cliff and I did too, but we kept on going. Cliff and I were separated during our flight. I traveled alone for 12 days. During the daylight hours, I hid out in the forest. At night, I walked towards the west, skirting towns and villages, eating raw potatoes scavenged from farms. I grew cold, tired, hungry, and wet. When I was sleeping one day, a Frenchman stumbled on me in a rain-drenched glove. He explained that he was a forced laborer in Nuremberg and was in the forest to poach the deer on the estate, the property of a fat German marshal named Göring. He told me to call him by the war name of Pierre. Pierre provided me with a civilian, clothes, money, and a map and a compass. I asked him for his true name and his address in France so I could contact him after the war. I learned my first lesson in what is known as, in espionage jargon, a tradecraft, that is, conducting one's clandestine affairs in a manner which will not lead to embarrassment in the wake of an unsuccessful operation. Pierre was not about to have me recaptured in Germany with his name and address on a piece of paper in my pocket. Instead, he was wise enough to ask me for my name and address in the States. After leaving Pierre, I made the mistake of walking through a village in the early morning hours. Rather than skirting it, I was recaptured by a German patrol. When I claimed in my less than perfect French that I was a forced laborer from France, I was taken to the mayor for interrogation. The mayor was amused at my efforts to pass as a Frenchman. He had studied for 4 years at the University of Lyon. The local German military commandant proved to be a practical man. When he reminded me that I could have been shot because I was in civilian clothes, I reminded him that General Patton and his tanks were not far away and getting closer. The German officer allowed that was a valid point, and he had me returned to the Nuremberg camp. I spent another day at M. Stablager 13D, which by then was populated by German soldiers retreating from the west. Allied fighters strafed the camp, and artillery shells landed nearby with bone-shaking carumps. I made a quick exit by crawling through a storm sewer and spent another night in the woods. The next morning I awoke to see a column of American tanks clanking down a dirt road. I jumped in front of the first tank, waving my hands with excitement. I was filthy, wearing civilian clothes. A sergeant on the lead tank leveled a machine gun in my direction and asked me to prove that I was an American. I couldn't. My documents had been taken, and my dog tags long since lost. "What's the name of Betty Gramble's husband?" the sergeant demanded. I couldn't remember that band leader Harry James was. I couldn't remember who that band leader Harry James was. "If you don't know who's the luckiest man in the world," was the retort, "you can't be no American." But the sergeant on the tank finally believed me and waved me onto the rear and to freedom. I was reunited with Cliff, who had also reached the American lines. Infantrymen provided us with a liberated Volkswagen equipped with a keg of liberated beer. We drove 50 miles to the rear, along the line of advancing American troops. We became gloriously drunk. We stayed 2 days at General Omar Bradley's headquarters in West Baden. Bradley invited us to lunch at his quarters. For our other meals, the soldier's general commanded his personal cook to prepare whatever dish we desired. It was a pleasant stay in West Baden. In civilian life, Bradley's cook had been the chef at New York's Copacabana nightclub. After the war, I received a letter from Pierre, and immediately I responded, asking what gift I could send him to express my appreciation. He replied that since the war he had developed a problem, and he understood that all problems could be resolved in America. He had grown bald. Please, would I send him something to make his hair grow? I consulted a number of people, including a dermatologist, and was assured there was nothing I could do to help my French friend. The only possibility, a remote 1,000,000-to-1 shot, was some sort of scalp stimulation, so I purchased an electric massage machine and sent it to France. Pierre wrote me thanking me for the rich gift. The only problem, he said, was that there was no electricity in his village. But the next week he wrote again. He was taking the massage machine into a nearby village that did have electricity. "And I'm making a lot of money," Pierre wrote, "renting your marvelous machine to the local baldies." Chapter 2. The Snow Job for New Kriegies. After the war, I attempted to capture in prose some episodes of life as a prisoner of war. Although in the fiction form, the recollections I wrote were based on notes I carried with me when I fled the Germans. While I invented names, each character was someone I shared the camp experience with. One of the scenes I wrote described the arrival of new prisoners in our barracks at Stalag Luft 4. There were 26 bunks in our barracks room at Stalag 4. 4 of them remained empty until the fall of 1944, when they were occupied by new prisoners. Air Force gunners who had just been released from Duong Luft, the interrogation center at Frankfurt. One of the men had been burned badly around his eyes, and all of them were in a state of shock. I made them as comfortable as I could when introducing them to the old-timers in the bay, but they had nothing to say when I asked them how they had become prisoners. Dick recognized the awkward pause as an opportunity to polish his act and perhaps to raise the spirits of the despondent newcomers. Dick enjoyed acting, as he came from California, where he had been on the outer fringes of the film industry, and because he was constantly reminded that he closely resembled Warner Baxter, a Hollywood leading man. "Would you boys like to hear my bailout story?" Dick asked. Frank, Ollie, and Lean and Mo gathered behind Dick, ready to play their roles. Mo sat on his wooden stool and looked up at Dick. "What's a bailout story, jerk?" Frank snorted. "That's how you get captured." "How are you taken prisoner?" Ollie asked Mo. "Oh," Mo reflected, "I guess I bailed out of a foxhole." "It was a bleak and dreary morning," Dick began, taking center stage. "The night before, I had been drinking Dago Red, and my head was a waste product, when this intelligence joker briefed us at 5 a.m. before our new mission. He was, second lieutenant." The new prisoner stared at Dick impassively. He went on with his routine, undaunted. This lieutenant was carrying a swagger stick. Dick twirled an imaginary baton, tucking it in his armpit with a fine flourish. He was a graduate of Culver Military Academy. Dick assumed his best shave-tail demeanor. "Good morning," Dick said to the new prisoners in the voice of an intelligence briefer. "You all appear eager to get into the air. I trust the day will not be dull for you, for today will be a milk run." "What's a milk run?" Mo asked. Mo was a giant of a man from New Jersey, Neanderthal in demeanor, but in fact quite bright. "A euphemism," Dick explained, "that intelligence officers attach to the mission that can't possibly succeed." Then Dick became a second lieutenant again. "I assembled all the pertinent information concerning your target. Here it is on the map." Dick reached high and pretended to pull down a map. "Here we are." Dick used his fingertip to trace a flight path down the edge of his imaginary map until he was stooping to identify a location an inch above the floor. "And here is our destination." What a quaint name. Ploesti. Dick stood again and smiled benignly at the stolid new arrivals. "I can see you're all anxious to soar into the wild blue. I'm sad I can't be with you. Gee whiz, I really do wish I was going to go with you boys. But we all have our jobs to do, don't we? Gee whiz." Dick vigorously polished imaginary gold bars on his shoulders. "It's my duty to stand behind, fellows. They too serve who but sit and wait. I certainly do envy you boys, though, gee whiz." "What's Ploesti?" Mo asked. He had learned his role in the scenario well, and knew when to act as a straight man for Dick. "Town in Romania," Dick replied. "They make cigarette lighter fluid there for all of the Reich." The new prisoner with the burned face chuckled. Dick, warmed by the response, resumed his role as the intelligence officer. If anything should happen to prevent you from reaching the primary target, your alternative objective will be the sausage factory in Vienna. If not there, dump your bombs onto the crutch factory in Tressel. Now, everyone check to be sure you have your escape kits." Dick searched himself frantically. Then he flashed a toothy smile of relief to indicate that he had located his own escape materials. "It's taken years of research to develop this kit," Dick said. "It's absolutely indispensable if you want to survive after bailing out over enemy territory. It contains pre-digested food, pills, compass, maps, chewing gum, flint, and steel, a Monopoly set, a douchebag, and 2 tickets to the hottest burlesque show in Berlin. It's guaranteed to sustain life in a piss ant for 2 hours." Dick flung out his hands and beamed. "Now you're on your own. All those private reviers getting rich back at the bomber factory will be proud of you on this day. Go out there and give 'em hell, boys. We'll all be waiting for you." Ollie and Len were inspired. They saluted each other bravely, shook hands solemnly with Dick, then chanted a funeral dirge as they shuffled towards the door. Dick dabbled at his eyes as the stalwarts headed off on their suicide mission. Dick abandoned his pose as the landlocked intelligence officer and became an intrepid airman. He settled his butt on one end of the wooden table in the center of the bay. He began to rev up the engines of his bomber. "We've left the briefing room," Dick explained, gunning controls. "And now we're on the strip, ready to take off." Jan, a polished pilot who had been shot down while flying for the Royal Air Force, commented from his bunk, "I don't think that plane will fly too good." Ollie took a position at mid-table and checked his guns. Satisfied, he reported to Dick, "Top turret to pilot. Everything's Roger, sir." "I'll be on the tail gunner," Mo yelled excitingly. He jumped on the unoccupied end of the table. "Pilot to tail gunner," Dick intoned. "Fire a burst to check your guns, please." "Kahoo, kahoo, kahoo," Mo whistled. He was pivoting in a semicircle as he peered over the barrels of his twin 50 caliber guns. "Kahoo, kahoo, kahoo," he repeated softly. "What the hell are you firing?" Dick wanted to know, looking back over his shoulder at Mo. "A BB gun?" Lynn demonstrated with sound and action how an airborne machine gun should be handled for the benefit of Mo, the infantry man. "More like AAA. More like something." Dick shook his head dubiously. "Have you ever," he asked Mo, "been on a plane before?" "No," Mo admitted. Then he smiled tentatively. "But I was on a parachute drop at the World's Fair in New York in '40. Like too scared silly. It scared me silly." Then Mo rocked back and forth like a man riding a galloping horse. "Come on, let's go," Mo implored. "I'll do the real good. Honest to God, I will." "Won't I do real good, Len?" Len confirmed Mo's combat potential. "Sure, Dick. He'll do good. Bravest man ever drafted. Been absolutely wasted on the ground. AAA." Now Mo was imitating accurately the sound of a machine gun. "Crank up this motorized boxcar, driver, and let's go up and see the blue lady of the skies. I'm spoiling for fight. AAA." "Hello, Tower. Hello, Tower." Dick adjusted his throat microphone. "This is Sensuous Sal. This is Sensuous Sal. We're taking off." Dick glanced at the new prisoners. He was reassured to see that they were amused by his charade. He turned again to the task of lifting his heavy bomber into the air. He grunted and groaned and made engine roaring noises. Mo and Ollie, poised over their guns, were on the lookout for the Luftwaffe. "There is Palusti ahead," Ollie advised. Mo shaded his eyes and inspected the wooden barracks floor. "Looks more like New Jersey to me." "Hey, Mo," Dick had instructions for his tail gunner. "If you see a Jerry fighter, you let us know where it is by calling out its clock-face position. If they come straight at you, it's 6 o'clock. From your left, it's 3 o'clock. From your right, it's 9 o'clock. Understand, old buddy? We'll know where it is by saying what time it is." "Seems damn silly to me," Mo said. "Why don't I tell you what time it starts right now, so you won't have to worry about it when the fighting starts?" "Don't think," Dick warned his neophyte gunner. "Don't think. Just call out enemy planes according to their clock face position, like a clock, just like the time of day. Roger, Mr. Roger. Mo scanned the sky. He spotted a Nazi fighter. He fired his guns wildly. Here it comes! A! What time? Dick asked. What time? What time? Mo grimaced at the stupidity of the question. Why right now? Damn it, right now! A! Mo grinned, his head revolving as we watched the fighter spiral down to crash in a ball of fire. Mo spit indefinitely, then pulled up his pants in a triumphant gesture. Got that bastard, I bet you! The new prisoner with the burned face laughed, and his companion smiled. Dick descended from the cockpit and walked slowly to Mo's end of the table. His countenance was grave. Perhaps you got him, Dick said, but the rest of us are missing in action. Dick pounded on the table, shouting, You're supposed to holler 6 o'clock, shithead! You're supposed to let the rest of the crew know where the danger is, so we won't get our kesters shot full of holes. If the Kraut comes from directly behind, you're supposed to yell, Jerry, at 6 o'clock. Mo pretended to be confused. He looked at Dick. PM or AM? Dick was stunned. AM or PM? Mo asked again. Dick, dazed, turned to Ollie. It's an interesting question, Ollie said. I was in the first class of air gunners turned out by the Army Air Force, and I don't recall that question ever came up before. We better abort, Dick said. This mission is doomed. Come on, let's go. Mo was crouching over his guns again, anxious to resume the battle in the sky. I'll remember this time. Dick returned to the pilot's cabinet. After a moment, Mo spoke, his voice calm and even. Enemy aircraft, he announced, at 8:40. A! He was shooting to his left. Nick exulted until his shoulders drooped. Then he stepped down again from the front of the table and approached his tail gunner. Do pardon me, Dick said to Mo, but if the Aryan Despocitos are at 8:40, why are you shooting in that direction? I get excited, Mo explained. When I get excited, 8:40 is the only time I can think of. 8:40, Dick's voice cracked. No other time? Nope, Mo said. He was solemn. That's what I painted on them clocks in front of the jewelry stores. It's a cinch to remember. That's when Lincoln was shot. That's when Lincoln was shot? Dick mused. I should have remembered that. Lincoln was a great man, Jan observed from his bunk. You're damned right he was, Mo said. That ain't never... Off my airplane, Dick interrupted. But look, Chief, get your satchel aft off my airplane, Dick insisted. But we're still in the air, Mo protested. Parachute, chum. Dick hoisted his end of the airplane table until Mo was dumped onto the floor. Okay. Mo was sadly indignant. If you don't want a brave gunner, okay. I don't want a brave gunner, Dick said. I just want to go out to the latrine and sit there and be happy with the memory of Mr. Lincoln. Dick looked at Mo and shook his head. Then he turned and went to the door. Wait for me, Ollie called out. I'm ready to express an opinion myself. At the door, Dick turned. He bowed slightly from the waist. He gestured, the actor acknowledging his supporting cast. To Mo and Ollie, he winked at me before leaving the room. I helped the new prisoners settle in. The performance had improved their moral measurability. Chapter 3. Potatoes, Steak, and Sex. A POW's Dream. I also tried to capture the memory of my prisoner of war experience in a play. I wrote The Snow Job in 1947. The conversations from the prison camp were still vivid in my memory, and gaps were filled by notes I had carried out of Germany with me. The following is a scene from the play. Frank enters the barracks room. Hurry up, you guys, it's lock time. Jan. What is the lookup? Ollie. When it gets dark, you can't leave the barracks. If you do, ta-da-da. He imitates a machine gun. Len enters triumphantly, bearing a loaf of black bread. Other men follow. Ben points to the bread. What the heck is that? Len. Our daily bread. Amen. Ben. Hell, it don't even look like bread. Frank. That's not all. It don't even taste like it. He is cutting the bread into equal slices with extreme difficulty. The loving stuff is mostly wood. Ollie. 42% wood, pulp, according to authoritarian analysis. Webb. Everybody gets something up. He counts the containers. The new men have tins. The veterans have tins and cracked bowls. Dick, singing as he enters. Soup of the evening? Beautiful soup. He puts the soup bucket on the table, smells the soup, and pulls a fainting act into the arms of Jeremy, a British POW, who has just entered. Jeremy. Lock up, chaps. Jan. What is the soup kind? Dick. Cabbage kind. Mo. Whew. That stuff is tough. It's rough. How often do you get it? Frank. Only twice a day, 7 days a week. Jeremy. Hello. That's a piece of potato in mine. Ollie. Where? Let me see it. Jeremy. Right there in the kiln can. They have their containers. The old men dig in. The new men are hesitant. Frank. I want the recipe for this sewer wash. And when I have trouble with my kid, I won't whip him. No, sir. But I'll say, Mother, give Junior some of the cabbage soup. That'll teach that little bastard to behave. Ben. Pass me the salt. Len. The chef gets insulted if you season the stuff. Mo. What's the matter, Ben? Ben. Inspecting the soup. I swear I just saw something move in there just now. Dick. There's so many things swimming in this swirl that you better eat in a hurry if you want any for yourself. Ben. I don't think I care for mine. He starts to throw it out the window. Ollie. Hey. Frank. Don't throw it away yet, you jerk. They share Ben's soup. Len. Gentlemen. I knew you was a comin', so I baked a cake. General Adlibs. A cake? Where did you get it? Webb. Where did you get the ingredients, Len? Len. Last week I was sick and couldn't hold anything on my stomach. Saved my bread rations. Used that and some powdered milk and sugar from my last Red Cross parcel. He drags a large cardboard box from beneath his bunk. Didn't have any baking soda, so I used tooth powder. Didn't seem to make it rise. Ollie. Them stupid tooth powder people probably didn't put no yeast in it. Len strains to lift the box on the table. Mitch, another British POW. It must be bloody big that it's that heavy. Len. Well, not too big. He removes the box tops, revealing a minuscule cake. Dick tests its weight. Dick. My God, you must have used concrete for shortening. Len. Somebody help me divide it. Ollie. How many pieces? Hell, you mean a micrometer. They all gather around the table. Frank. I've got something special to welcome you guys. Frank removes a bottle from his bunk. He pours a very quick shot in the drink tins of each of the men. He is very proud of his product. This is Mario's very own special Old Reserve Black Label. Webb. Bottled in bondage, of course. Ben. Age? Frank. 3 weeks. From the best potatoes. With just a touch of prune. It's pure alcohol. You'll go on your ass instantaneously. Cliff. Is this for real? You make booze? Frank. Try this. He gives Cliff his portion. He watches with a pleasured smile as Cliff cautiously drinks. Cliff. Why, that's not bad. The raw alcohol hits Cliff. His eyes open wide and he staggers back. He expels a long, painful wheeze. Ollie. Don't light a match! Don't light a match! Len rolls his drinking tin in his hands, sniffing as though savoring cognac. Len. This is a memorable occasion. Who will make the toast? Ben. Reciting. Here's the 2 things I love best, horses and women. And when I die, you can take my hide into a saddle. So I'll be nearest to the things I love most, horses, with a little gesture, and women. Ollie. Here's to an early armstance and a quick peace. I don't mean Len. Apple pie. Jan. I drink to the end of the war so I can go to the United States. All I hear all day long is, when I get back to the States. So, I have made my mind to go there too. There are 2 things I want to do. The first is to ride the Greyhound bus lines. Dick. The what? Jan. The Greyhound bus lines. I see the advertising in the magazines. The next thing I want to do is to have a date with an American girl. I would prefer a Radio City racketeer. A who? A Radio City racketeer. You know, the ones that... Jan dances a quick chorus step. Oh, sure, I know. Those racketeers. I got news for you. Cliff, at the window. What's that light? Webb. You mean the church light? Cliff. No, the little one blinking on the ground. Looks like it's in the next compound. Webb, Dick, and Jeremy move quickly to the window. Webb. That's it, Frank. Go take a look from the hall. Frank, as he exits. Roger. Mo. What are we playing? Wolfie over the river? Mitch. Be quiet. Frank, returning. All clear as far as I can tell, Webb. It's pretty dark, but there's some moonlight. Ben. Have you guys gone loco? What is this moonlight and shadow stuff? You got some broads over there? Dick. Something far more illustrious, Spuds. Great, delicious potatoes. Pomme de terre. My buckaroo. Pomme de terre. Webb. That light is a signal from the politicals in the next compound. We've set up a little meeting to buy potatoes. They'll trade us for a sack of them for a pack of cigarettes. Jeremy. That's how I got my guitar. Cliff. Are you guys crazy? Are you going out there in the barbed wire and machine guns just for a sack of lousy potatoes? What happens if the guard in the tower spot you? Webb. They'll shoot. But there's a place between the compounds where the wire is cut and you can get into the politicals. Unless they get lucky with the searchlight, the guards won't see you. The real problem is the dogs. Ollie. And they are goon dogs. Pro-goon dogs. Cliff. So this is what you've been planning all day? A suicide mission for a bag of potatoes? You're out of your damn minds. Webb. Get the cards, Len. We always draw for this particular chore. High card is the lucky man. Webb begins to shuffle the frayed deck. Tonight, only the old men will draw, but the take will be shared by everyone. Cliff. And I thought you were trying to escape. Crazy. You're all crazier than hell. He shrugs his shoulders and sighs. All right, but no closed game. I'd like to have a share. Len. Toss him a blue chip. Somebody. Dick. The ante is pretty high. Friendship. Cliff. Don't call me friendship. Friendship. Dick. Why, I'll call you anything. Cliff. Cigarette? Dick. Well, friendship? Webb. You'd be no good for this, Cliff. You don't know how to get where to get through the fences or to signal the politicals. But thanks for the offer anyways. Okay, who wants the first chance? There's no response. Don't rush me all at once. Hold the cards, Mitch. I'll take the first shot. He gives the cards to Mitch and draws one. 10 of hearts. Could be worse. Who's next? Frank. I'll take the punch on the ticket. He takes the card and exhales a sigh of relief. Oh, mamma mia, it's a 6. Dick. Let me add those papes. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm not choosy, a deuce will do. He sweats his card. The others are tense. Mitch. Go ahead and look at you. Go ahead and look at it, will you? Dick. Never hurry your luck. I gotta sweat this one out. Jack of diamonds. Hooray for me. I'm in the lead. He twirls Len around the room for a dance, singing. Jack of diamonds, Jack of diamonds. Ollie. Give me one card, you know. I should never draw to these inside straights. He looks at his card quickly. What the hell, fellows? This drawing business is silly. I'm the best man for the job. I'll just volunteer and save time. Len. Well, our young hero. Isn't he brave enough? What's your card? Ollie. Ace of spades. Frank. Now ain't that sweet? He draws the hardest card in the deck and then decides to volunteer. Webb. Better get started, Ollie, before the politicals get impatient and leave. Ollie. Okay. I gotta have some butts. Cliff. Take it. My last pack. Ollie. Pitch them over. He catches the pack that Cliff tosses. I'm ready. Do you boys want anything from the delicatessen? Dick. Make mine ham or rye with mustard. Webb. Turns off the switch. Mitch. Mitch climbs on the table and unscrews the single overhead light bulb. Jeremy. Don't make much noise. Mitch. Shut up, shithead. It's hotter than I tell you. It's hotter than hell. The light goes off. A faint, reflected glare from the lights around the camp. At regular intervals, the strong beam of a searchlight sweeps the room. Webb. About ready, Ollie? Ollie. Just a minute. Dick helps him into the heavy coat. All right, Webb. Ready to go. Webb. When you hit the ground, lie still for a second to be sure you haven't been spotted, and keep out of the searchlight. Ollie. Yeah. Don't wait up here for me, fellows. I may be out late. Dick. Don't worry about us. We'll be here when you get back. Webb. Get ready. Go after the searchlight comes around. They hoist Ollie into the window. He shakes hands with everyone. In the darkness, there are ad-libs. Good luck! Bring a big sack! Etc. Against the light, Jeremy can be seen giving the thumbs-up sign. Ollie returns it. The searchlight flashes by. Go! Ollie drops out of the sight. For some time there is no sound or movement on the stage. Cliff lights a cigarette. Cliff. A little music, Jeremy. Jeremy begins strumming his guitar. Ben. Is there a chance of him being seen? Really? Webb. He'll make it without any trouble. Dick. Yeah, Jeremy got that guitar without any casualties except a G string. Frank. He should be at the fence by now. The searchlight finds the men in tense postures around the room. Webb goes to the window. Music swells as Jeremy plays a French version of Pretty Red Wing. Len. Our folks would love to know how we get our chow. Well, Webb, it's just as well that they don't know. Dick crosses to the window and stands near Webb. Dick. If that Swedish meatball doesn't get back, I'm going to bash some goon heads. Mo. Ollie sure is brave to go out there. I reckon he's the first hero I've seen in this war. Webb. He just drew the high card. The music swells to a crescendo as the searchlight comes around again. As the music hits its highest note, there is an angry burst of machine gun fire outside the window. The music stops. They all rush to the window. The sound of voices and barking dogs. It is very quiet in the room for a moment. Go on, Jeremy. Jeremy plays again. Another burst of gunfire stops him. Dick. So help me God, I'd like to put a handle on that bastard who did that. Another pause. The searchlight completes another round. Dick stumbles to the table. The dirty bastards! He collapses on the bench. The bastards! The dirty fucking bastards! He sobs, his head on his arm. There's a sound outside the window. Webb and Cliff pull Ollie into the room. He is bleeding from a face wound. Did they hit you, Ollie? Ollie exhausted. No, I snagged on the wire. Voice. Goons up! Jeremy. Quick! Hide that cut on your face. He pushes Ollie to the bench. He gives him a towel. Pushes a bucket in front of him. There are several spots of blood on the floor. Big Goon runs into the room, his lugger drawn. He stops and looks about suspiciously. Ollie pretends to be washing his face. Big Goon steps towards him. Frank. Hello, fuckface! Big Goon attempts to strike Frank, who ducks. He is thrown off balance, uncovering the blood on the floor. Len quickly jumps on the spot. Big Goon is suspicious of the movement, but he responds to a call from the outside. He exits. The men crowd around Ollie. Webb. What happened, Ollie? Ollie. I don't know. They caught me with the light and started shooting. I ran into the wire and everything went black. I don't even remember how I got back here. Dick. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ollie rises. He goes to Dick. He pats him on the shoulder. Ollie, touched. Don't be upset, Dicker, old boy. I got back all right. Dick. Yes, you got back, you son of a bitch. But where's them potatoes? Quick curtain. Prisoners of war survived on stale potatoes. Not once did they have fresh meat. And they yearned for a touch of their women. The most difficult day in the life of prisoners was Christmas, when homesickness became almost unbearable, when we longed for sweethearts or wives and families. In one prose recollection, I attempted to capture the double longing. Snow had piled thickly on the roofs of the guard towers at Stalag 4, giving them the appearance of square heads, with white hats and thin machine-gun noses. It was almost midnight, December 24th, 1945. Christmas Eve was the only night of the year the Germans allowed Allied prisoners to remain outside their barracks after sundown. In our camp, the prisoners, determined to enjoy the night of freedom despite the cold, shuffled in long lines inside the barbed wire perimeter. I poked in an incinerator, trying to stir up some warmth from the ashes. My buddy Cliff squirmed past the glare of floodlights at the dark pine forest. Finally, Cliff spoke. Shit! What's eating you? I asked. Homesick? No, nothing like that. Cliff pursed his lips thoughtfully. My gut aches. Too much turkey. That's a joke, I said, raising one finger. That's a joke, son, Cliff admitted. Merry Christmas, I wished Cliff. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Cliff pulled his jacket together, fending the wind that blew in from the North Sea. and a crappy New Year. Don't be downhearted, I said. If our boy Patton hustles, we'll be out of here in a month. If a frog had wings, a voice interrupted, he wouldn't bump his ass. The voice belonged to our barracks mate, Ollie. He joined us at the incinerator. Can you believe the damned Krauts? Ollie asked. They watered the beer, you know. The Third Reich's second concession to the spirit of Christmas was a half-dozen barrels of lager. This, too, was a Christmas Eve-only jester. After the beers had been divided equally amongst the prisoners with considerable ceremony, each of us had been able to savor a coffee cup of brew. Welcome as it was, the beer was pretty thin. They watered the beer, Ollie repeated. I can't fucking believe it. Better believe it, Cliff said. Ollie leaned against the incinerator. Don't mind my bitching, he said. I'm tired and I'm sick for home. The good, green acres of home. The prodigal land where Americans can afford to dump fresh milk by the paved highways, if the price isn't right. Home. God's great big ice cream parlor. Product of our war, Cliff winked at me. The glib tail gunner. Ollie turned his face into the glare of the floodlights. Sometimes in the middle of the night I wake up with my belly fighting the grass soup and my body aching with cold, and I wonder how it came to be that I was an armed tourist and a German guest. I just lay there, and my eyes go stilt, walking in the darkness, all the way from the Polish border to a stream in Oregon. Ollie gestured towards the circle of walking prisoners. I've done a lot of walking here since I've been here. I was 21 here, and I was 22 here. If the latrine rumors about the bulge are true, I'll spend my 23rd year here too, walking in a circle around this compound. Still going around towards Oregon, you understand? Still walking towards home. Know what I like about Ollie? Cliff asked me. He's got spirit. Sure. I'm lousy with spirit, Ollie said. He squatted his back against the incinerator. Anyone got a butt? Got one, Cliff said, but not for loan. Been saving it for the holidays. He lifted one side of his woven cap. There was a cigarette stuck above his ear. Ollie reached out, took the cigarette. Consider it a Christmas present, Ollie said. Christmas my butt, Cliff said. My butt, Ollie amended. Remember, Clifton, it is more blessed to give than to receive. Cliff reacted with several obscenities. Clifton, Ollie raised his hands in a mock surprise. Don't be vulgar. I'm about to tell you the story of my life, and that calls for your undivided attention. Ollie rolled a cigarette under his nose, sniffing delicately. Once upon a time, Ollie said, I was a considerable menace to the women. Cliff snorted. Hell, I don't know. Cliff snorted. Hell, I know I don't look the part, Ollie said, but that was in my favor. With his honest, open face, the perfumed feathers seemed to trust me somehow. And I wasn't a drugstore Lothario, either. I was choosy. I was looking for something special. Finally, I found the right woman. She was a school librarian, and she was, honest to God, one for the books. Ollie closed his eyes. His voice was low. Her hair was auburn, and it caught the light like the inside of a seashell. She was slender, and she wore tailored suits. Her belly was flat, and her bosoms were the most upstanding things in our community. For a quiet gal who ruled over a kingdom of dead books by day, she could certainly erupt into a hot, red thing at night. When she smiled that tight smile and moved her body. Eyes still closed, Ollie let his head fall back into his shoulder. Oh, comrades, he whispered, it made for all the old lessons obsolete, I can tell you that. Ollie opened his eyes. When he didn't say anything, Cliff spoke, clearing his throat. Go on, we're still with you. Ollie lighted the cigarette from the ashes of the incinerator and inhaled deeply. It was funny about her face, he said. It was the kind of face you would like to remember, but I haven't been able to. I knew the big fool factory where the diplomats turn out wars was working overtime, but what the hell? I guess I thought I might get lost on the eternal road to peace. So I married this school librarian, and we settled down to a state of almost continual bliss in a garage apartment. Ollie took a second drag from the cigarette, then butted it carefully. Then they pulled my number out of the glass jar in Washington, and before I knew it, what had happened, I was dumped over here. But I kept remembering her. When I was freezing my ass off in that tail turban over Westburn or Staggarn or Berlin, I kept thinking about the way she felt when I had held her. And the heat was on. During the first few months in this place, there was no cold or hunger, nothing but the memory of her, and Ollie stopped, looking at Cliff. I know this is a hell of a way for a man to talk about his wife, but that's the way it was. It's a good way to talk about your wife, Cliff said. He sounded serious about it. Well, that's the way it was, Ollie repeated. But then I got hungry, and she began to fade. I couldn't remember what she looked like. Not much at first, but it was always slipping a little bit from me, just a little. It was all over last night. I had a dream. Ollie looked at Cliff, then at me. He was satisfied that they were paying attention, and then he went on. In this dream, a tall angel came and stood by my bunk. This angel didn't have ordinary wings. He had great big colonel's wings, so I knew he was a big-time operator and could get things done. The angel colonel smiled at me. That's when I knew it was a dream, and told me he was going to give me something real nice because I had been such a good camper. All of a sudden he claps his hands. 4 PFCs dressed in white uniforms came into the room carrying a bed. It was a wonderful-looking bed with a deep mattress and silken sheets. But that wasn't the best thing about it, because on one side of the bed was my wife, dressed in some thin black thing with her hair loose and streaming down her shoulders. And on the other side of the bed was a silver tray with a big sirloin steak. A sirloin steak and my wife, both of them, on the same bed. Go on, Cliff said impatiently when Ollie paused. Of course I made a beeline for that bed, Ollie said, but the angel colonel stopped me. Now get this straight, soldier, he said, sounding more colonelish than angelish. This setup will be here for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, that's all. Then it will go poof and be gone. So do what you want to do for that long, but be sure and make the best of your time, because in half an hour it'll whiff away like Cinderella's coach. Well, I walked over to the bed and stood there thinking. Elaine, that's my wife, slipped this flimsy black thing off her shoulders and held out her hands. She wanted me bad. I could see that, because she was writhing like a snake on a flat rock in the sun. She held out her hands until the tips of her fingers were touching the sides of my neck. Darling, she whispered, and her fingers slipped up the back of my neck and into my hair. Darling, come and hold me. I sat down on the bed beside her. Do you know what I did then? I think so, Cliff said. I turned to my wife, Ollie said, and I told her to move over and give me plenty of room, because I was going to eat that steak if it took 30 minutes. None of us spoke for a moment. That is bad, Cliff said finally. What happened then? I woke up, Ollie said, without steak and without Elaine. And now I'm beat. I know I'm beat, because all day long I've been regretting that steak. Ollie pushed himself up from the incinerator. He smoothed the cigarette butt with his fingers, and then he offered it to Cliff. Merry Christmas, from me to you. Thanks. Cliff lighted the remaining half of the cigarette Ollie had taken from him before. My mother told me there would be days like this, Ollie said, but she never told us that there would be so many of them in a row. The three of us laughed at the old gag. Ollie offered a sloppy salute and went through the snow to the line of men plodding around the compound. Soon he was lost in the crowd. Cliff turned to me. You married? No, I said. What about you? Yeah. What's she like? Not real pretty. Good body. And she moves real nice. Rather have a sirloin steak right now. Cliff didn't answer for a moment. Then Cliff said, Don't intimidate me. It's a rough war. Cliff handed me what was left of the cigarette. It was so short that I had to hold it between a thumbnail and a fingernail. It's my Christmas gift, Cliff said. Don't say I never give you anything. Ho, 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 said Ollie. And a bottle of Christmas schnapps to both of you. I put it on the stove 2 hours ago. It should be brewed before we get back to the barracks. Ho, 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 said Ollie. And a bottle of Christmas schnapps to both of you. I put it on the stove 2 hours ago. It should be brewed before we get back to the barracks. the barracks. Part 2. Chile, Career Counseling, and Philip Agee. Chapter 4. From the South Pacific Mail to an Espionage Career. After the war, I moved to New York, sold a play, and used the money to go to Chile to become a writer. Why didn't you buy the South Pacific Mail? Asked the American consul in Chile more than 30 years ago, as he handed me an official-looking envelope. Before answering, I ripped it open and found a U.S. government check for $812. I had been waiting for the money for months. My new wife and I lived in Chile for a year while I attended the University of Chile. My monthly GI Bill payments had been tied up in bureaucratic tape somewhere in the Veterans Administration in Washington. Buy a newspaper with this? I showed the check to the consul. That's all I have, other than 2 boat tickets back to the U.S. The consul explained that the South Pacific Mail, a longtime British institution in Chile known as the SPM, was printed by a local Spanish-speaking daily, so a buyer would be acquiring nothing beyond the name, the files, a few typewriters, and office furnishings. The publisher had died recently. His family wanted to dispose of the money-losing publication. Just thought I'd mention it, the consul said. It seems such a splendid opportunity for a young man. The family is ready to sell for $2,000, if the buyer will assume responsibility for accumulated debts. I thanked the consul and walked the 2 blocks to the Grace Line office to arrange a sailing date. On the way, I stopped at a news kiosk to purchase a copy of SPM. I sat on a bench near the seawall to inspect the newspaper. It was a dreadful product. I'm thinking of buying the rag. I looked up. My American friend Taylor Collins, an automotive dealer in Valparaiso, gestured towards the SPM. He told me he had been a publisher in North Carolina before moving to Chile. The SPM's a potential gold mine, he said. If I buy it, will you be the editor? I told Taylor I planned to return to the United States. Taylor had a proposal. If I would match his $1,000 to buy the SMP, he would subsidize expenses for 6 months while we attempted to turn the paper into a profitable venture. I cashed out in the sternship tickets and, at age 27, became the co-publisher and editor of a British newspaper touted as the oldest English-language publication in Latin America. S&P offices were in a dilapidated building owned by the British-based Pacific Steamship Navigation Company. The elevator was an antique cage. It lurched and creaked to the 4th floor. I stepped out of an enormous room where, had it not been so cluttered, a game of basketball could have been played. Cobwebs festered the cavernous office. The walls were black with the accumulation of years of undisturbed grime. The colors had drained from the patchwork display of out-of-date calendars, patient medical advertisements, and political posters. One of the newest lithographs was a portrait of Winston Churchill, extending 2 fingers for his V for Victory signal. Scattered around the huge room were dusty files, fungi-covered archives, stacks of old newspapers, rickety desks, and ancient typewriters. A long table was the centerpiece in debris. About 15 people sat around it, eating and drinking. It was tea time at the S&P. The long table was loaded with pots and plates, 3 blends of tea, huge blocks of butter, slabs of raisin bread, tubs of jam and honey, thick biscuits in colorful tins, of important cakes and candies. No wonder this newspaper is losing money, I thought, with all that many employees and so much food. At that moment, the building shook violently. Dust mottled the shafts. At that moment, the building shook violently. Dust mottled the shafts of light steaming through the tall windows. Ashtrays rattled on desktops, and a lighting fixture swung from the ceiling in sickening circles. Sure, I was experiencing one of Chile's famous earthquakes, trapped in a building already on the verge of collapse. The Tea Party crowd remained calm. They lifted their teacups into the air, delicately, until the tremor subsided. They were accustomed to the disturbance. It happened every 20 minutes when a trolley passed by the old building. Valparaiso trolleys, I was to find, were remarkably punctual, and the interpretation was to occur regularly all the days I worked in the S&P office. I felt as though I had intruded on a British tomb. Everything was so old. The office furnishings had turned the color of petrified wood. The people, too, seemed ancient, a collection of fossils. Along the relics was a human treasure. Oswald Hardy Evans wrote a historical feature for the SPM, known as the Hardley Column. Hardley, I soon learned, managed to dodge assignments outside the office and refused to interview people anywhere. He explained that his last street assignment had been 20 years before, when he was to review a dance recital in the town hall. The mayor's daughter was to be the principal dancer. Hartley praised the young woman's performance in a review that he wrote. Unfortunately, before the recital took place, the town hall burned to the ground 2 hours before the show, and just after the issue of the SPM containing Hartley's glowing review was off the press. After that, Hartley did his work in the office. Hartley was a widower. His 3 daughters had married. He spent early morning hours in walks along the beach, and his evenings with old friends. One, a retired sea captain, at his rooming house located on a hill above the harbor. When his office work was done, he spent hours thumbing through his set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, using a lead pencil to correct the errors he found there. During my first months at SPM, Hartley took time to relate to me an oral history of the newspaper. The SPM was a weekly, originally named the Chilean Times, when first published sometime in the 1850s, although the masthead carried the date of August 1st, 1861 as the first date of publication. The exact date, Hartley told me, was unknown because early issues and archives were lost in a series of earthquakes and fires. Valparaiso was a major seaport before the opening of the Panama Canal, when European merchant ships had to round the Horn to reach the Pacific. The port was a prey for pirates, a magnet for international brigades, and a rest stop for Americans on a long route from the eastern United States to the California gold fields. The Beagle was an obscure scientist named Darwin aboard, had anchored in the harbor for provisioning. Other ships unloaded, young Englishmen bent on making South American fortunes. British merchant firms erected their offices, Victorian to the last brick, along the twisted bay front streets of Valparaiso. The South Pacific Mail, Hartley related, told Englishmen when it was raining in London so they could roll up their pants in Chile. British wives, slow to learn and read Spanish, relished the paper as a mail-order catalog from which they could order from English bolts of cloth, cheeses, patient medicine, and boned corsets. Births and deaths and social news were reported by volunteer correspondents from the British communities in Chile. From the northern port where the story went, all water was imported because it had not rained there for more than 400 years. From a booming nitrate center where Delio Carter presented Gilbert and Sullivan, and Bernhardt thrilled the saltpeter diggers, but where the auditorium lights were never dimmed, not even for the great Sarah, because the new rich nitrate barons wanted everyone to see the flashing jewelry that was worn by their wives. In her best days, Equique, the nitrate center, claimed to consume more champagne per capita than any other city in the world. An SPM correspondent reported the visit of a French champagne magnate who traveled halfway around the globe to pay a courtesy visit to the best consumers. After the arduous voyage around the Horn, he arrived at the dirty clapboard and corrugated roof town of Equique. He took one look and was convinced he was a victim of a gigantic joke and sailed back to France, refusing even to step off the ship. Other correspondents chronicled British life from the capital, Santiago, from Conception to the south, and even from the British enclave in Punta Horas on the Strait of Magellan, southernmost city in the world. A British correspondent in Tacopilla once referred to the Chileans living there as members of the Chilean colony. Some SPM subscribers lived on remote Pacific islands. They had to be patient for weeks while the paper was delivered by sloop. Among the most loyal subscribers were 24 readers in the Falkland Islands. The news was a month old when it reached them. The papers went by land, across Chile, across the Andes, over the vast pampas, to Buenos Aires, to the Argentine capital. They were shipped to the faithful in the Falklands. The Argentinians have their backs up again, Hartley announced one day in 1949 as he dumped a bottle of rolled-up newspapers on my desk. 24 copies of SPM, addressed in English to the Falkland Islands, had been returned from the Buenos Aires post office. Each brown paper wrapped carried the notation in Spanish, "No such islands known." I was puzzled until Hartley told me of the Faravid controversy, which had heated up periodically since 1833. He added that the Argentinians rejected the British name for the islands, insisting they be identified as the Islas Malvinas. "There, we'll address the papers to the Maldivians," I said, "and mail them again." Hartley stiffened. His eyes usually twinkled when he peered over his spectacles. Now my suggestion made them harden, with the glint of empire offended. I prevailed, and the S&P shipment began its second journey, this time plainly addressed to the Islas Malvinas. 2 months passed. Aha! Hartley's beard quivered triumphantly as he disposed a familiar packet of newspapers on my desk. The Islas Malvinas shipment had returned to Valparaiso. This time the wrappers were stamped with a British postmark and the bold statement, "Delivered by mistake to the Falkland Islands." I was prepared to abandon SPM subscribers in the Falklands, but Hartley was not. He mailed a bunch of papers, for a third time, to a friend in Montevideo. The wrappers were plain, because all mail from Chile to Uruguay went through Buenos Aires. Hartley's friend readdressed the papers and put them on a ship for the Falklands. What the Argentinians don't know, Hartley said, won't hurt them. Henceforth, the SPM went in plain wrappers through Buenos Aires to Montevideo, then to the Falklands. Subscribers there remained loyal. Making a profit from job printing on SPM presses, which would otherwise be idle, was the only way to put the enterprise on a paying basis. For that, the paper would have to relocate to the capital, Santiago, 60 miles inland. Nearly all foreign businesses in Chile had moved their headquarters from Valparaiso to Santiago, and much of the English-speaking population had congregated there. In 1950, almost a year after becoming the editor of SPM, I moved to Santiago. Hartley remained as head of the Valparaiso office. Sidebar: an excerpt from the Night Watch. Enticed into a career in intelligence. The CIA in Santiago, then, must have had good information sources, interested in usable printing presses to be operated clandestinely by clearable Americans. The local chief telephoned me on the day I ordered a new printing press. The others at the South Pacific Mail never learned of that call until they read about it in my memoir. Santiago, 1950. The lunch was typically Chilean. Fish soup, fried conger, eel, ground corn, steamed in its husk, and for dessert, cherimoya, a succulent South American fruit. I learned why the diplomat from the American embassy in Santiago had invited me to such a remote restaurant on the outskirts of the city. As we sipped coffee, he explained, "I'm the local chef for the CIA," he explained. "We want you to give Uncle Sam a little help in your spare time." The CIA? I had heard only a vague reference to the organization a quarter of a century ago. It was the least known of the United States agencies. "The Central Intelligence Agency," he said. "We're in the business of espionage and secret operations. Doesn't the FBI do that in Latin America? They did during World War II and until recently when the CIA took over, or at least began to operate. J. Edgar Hoover didn't like losing the responsibility. In most countries of Latin America, the FBI burned its files and dismissed its agents, rather than turn them over to us. I was the first CIA officer in one of the Central American republics, and the only thing I found when the bureau left was a row of empty spaces and a pair of rubber gloves in what had been an FBI darkroom. But I was able to recontact most of the bureau's sources because I hired the ex-FBI's chief driver, and he knew where he could find them. The CIA man, I'll call him Brad, stirred his coffee thoughtfully. He said ruefully, "You know, I have a feeling J. Edgar is never going to forgive us for taking over this territory." My first reaction to being approached by American intelligence was one of curiosity. "You don't look like a spy," I said to Brad. He didn't like the observation. "I'm not a spy," he said flatly. "A spy is a grubby little person who sells secrets for money, or maybe a fine person who works for another country because he doesn't like his own. I'm a career government employee, an intelligence officer, a manager of spies." "You want me to be a spy?" I asked. "No, an agent." Brad spoke in simple terms, as if explaining it to a child. "An agent is not always a spy, but someone who helps us. One way or another, if you work for us, you will be put under a contract which will outline your duties." "Why me?" "You have 3 or 4 things most necessary in working in foreign intelligence. Cover, because you have a business to explain why you are in Chile and what you are doing. Access, because the business gives you an excuse to move around, meet people, and ask questions. Language, which you have already learned. And the 4th, that I don't have, experience." "How can I help?" "There's not much spare time right now. I signed the final papers on a new printing press this morning. I was the owner and editor of the weekly English newspaper, the South Pacific Mail. It was printed at the shop of a daily newspaper in Valparaiso, the port city for Santiago. It was losing money, and I had decided some months before that moving the business to Santiago and buying printing equipment for commercial work was the only formula which would save the foundering paper. "I know about your buying new equipment," Brad said. "That's one reason we decided to approach you. Have time for a drive in the country? I'll give you the details, or we can talk privately." The first Santiago issue of the SPM was to be produced by 6 newly hired Chilean print shop workers. None of them spoke or even understood English. A young Austrian, Rick Bowers, gave up a teaching position at a British school to be my assistant editor. Together, we were able to supervise the tricky business of publishing an English-language newspaper with workers who didn't know the language, and who had to use second- and third-hand presses for which Taylor Collins and I had obtained from a bank loan. The printing equipment was installed in a corner of a large commercial plant called Casa Mackenzie. As neither Rick nor I knew anything about printing, we hoped to obtain instant advice from the British management of that place. The SPM area of the vast shop was caged off with chicken wire. Elsewhere there were dozens of different presses, stamping machines, cutters, and perforating and numbering gadgets. One metal monster produced 100,000 bus tickets each hour, and each ticket shrieked as it was delivered. One metal monster produced 100,000 bus tickets each hour, and each ticket shrieked as it was delivered. The noise was thunderous. The workers in the Casa Mackenzie had a theory that a radio with its volume turned high would somehow drown out the noise of the bus ticket machine. The favorite number on the Chilean hit parade in 1950 was a lusty ballad entitled "My Uncle Dog Has a Terrible Cough." The favorable number on the Chilean hit parade in 1950 was a lusty ballad entitled "My Uncle's Dog Has a Terrible Cough." Rick and I had terrible headaches during the week, and a day we worked to put out the first Santiago edition of the SPM. 8 days to produce a weekly newspaper. That contradicted the logic of making money on SPM presses when they would not be occupied with the paper itself. The future looked dismal. The turn of events became serious when Taylor Collins suffered a severe heart attack. His doctor instructed Taylor to relieve himself of any financial worries, so I signed a series of promissory notes for the sole amount Taylor had invested in the venture, and found myself the sole owner of the SPM. When we first went into business together, I reminded Taylor, "You said you had been a publisher in the States." "Yes, I had 2 country weeklies," Taylor said, "and went broke in 6 months. One problem was with the workers, who often celebrated an informal weekly holiday called San Lunes. Lunes means Monday in Spanish, and Saint Monday is the day Chileans frequently stay home to recuperate from a weekend of drinking. One most chronic offender was a press operator named Julio. I once asked Julio why he didn't drink more moderately. "Because I pay no attention to the monkeys," Julio moaned. "There is a legend. In your stomach, there are many monkeys, and in your head, 7 chairs. Each time you drink a glass of wine, a monkey climbs into your head and sits on a chair. 5 monkeys and 5 chairs is fine. Even 7 monkeys and 7 chairs is fine. But, patron," Julio clutched his throbbing head, "watch out for that 8th monkey, fighting for a seat." As weeks passed, Rick and I became more adept, and the SPM printing press run took less time. We were able to address the editorial problems of publishing a newspaper that catered to English and increasingly American readers. Rick managed to upset one American businessman whom he detested by calling him, in print, the well-known wretch expert. Rick managed to upset one American businessman whom he detested by calling him in print the well-known wench expert. By early 1953, all of us became veterans, and the printing run of the SPM became routine. Most issues off the press in less than 2 days. Other days we printed Christmas cards, a guidebook for tourists, and a lucrative job of printing. We were able to hire additional workers and pay off our debts. Our good fortune included one stroke of very good luck. Rick and I joined 8 workers in purchasing a lottery ticket. It hit a jackpot of 5,000. Our individual shares of 500 were the cause for rejoicing, especially for the workers, because the sum represented several months' pay for them. A photograph of all of us displaying our checks made one of the best covers SPM ever had. In 1953, I left Chile. Rick remained in charge of the SPM, and we had an agreement that allowed him to accumulate over a period of time a percentage of the business. A decade after Rick and I sold it, after some labor disputes, the SPM closed down. Hartley died about the same time, in his bed, in his room at the Hilltop boarding house. When I heard of his death, I recalled my final visit to the city, when Hardy and I stood looking over the harbor. I told Hartley I'd enjoyed working with him and his colleagues. "You must have found us," he searched for the word, "musty." I told him I would treasure his gift, the reproduction of Off Valparaiso. "Whisper painted here too," he said. "Those docks were the subject of his nocturne blue and gold." He looked at me over his square spectacles. Then he made an unexpected, un-English gesture. He reached out, not to shake my hand, but to cup it, briefly, between his 2 hands. I was touched, then, and now I remember the South Pacific Mail, and quite fondly, Hardly. They are worth remembering. In 1954, I became a full-time intelligence officer after being summoned to Guatemala on a secret mission. Later, I was stationed in Cuba during the time of the dictator Batista. I was in Lebanon when U.S. troops landed there in 1957, in Cuba again when Fidel Castro marched to Havana. I was assigned to Mexico City from 1961 to 1964 and was the chief of station in Santo Domingo when American troops landed in 1965. Subsequently, I served as chief of station in Brazil and Venezuela. I was the chief of the CIA's Latin America and Caribbean operations when I elected to take early retirement after 25 years of service in 1975. These events have been chronicled in my book, The Night Watch. This book concerns primarily other aspects of my life during and after my intelligence-oriented career. I appreciate the permissions manager approval of specified passages from The Night Watch for Harper's Magazine and for Careers in Secret Intelligence Officers Operations. The Night Watch is copyrighted in my name, 1977, as is Careers in Secret Operations from 1984. Chapter 5. Career Counseling for Young Intelligence Aspirants. After retiring from the CIA, I found there was a lack of knowledge about the intelligence profession. In a book called Careers in Secret Operations, How to be a Federal Intelligence Officer, I tried to answer the questions and provide a bit of history. Introduction. In the mid-1970s, the U.S. intelligence community the several agencies and departments that work with classified information and, in most cases, conduct secret operations was subjected to a barrage of criticism, innuendo, and sensational media exposure. Intelligence officers found their previously romantic image tarnished. Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, agents were described by some and perceived by many as uncontrolled zealots, impervious to good judgment, and engaged in every kind of trickery. The new perception and concerning those involved in espionage, counterintelligence, and dirty tricks was understandable, perhaps inevitable, in a post-Vietnam, post-Watergate America. It was healthy that questionable actions by an agency or its personnel that may have threatened the basic values of our country, especially the rights of American citizens, were the subject of intensive scrutiny by the Congress and the public. At times, the heat of the investigations, however, was so searing that I feared the U.S. intelligence establishment, certainly already damaged, might have actually been crippled. The debate over this country's clandestine operations reached its climax in 1975, in a high tide of confusion, with the wreckage strewn over Washington, D.C., landscape, and on many foreign shores as well. Some criticisms of the seamy side of our intelligence behavior was deserved. Others were ill-founded, but sincere. A small minority were the product of deliberate obfuscation, most often voiced by a cliché of former intelligence officers who found the market for their knowledge of secret activities lucrative, especially if given a sensationalist tinge. Any secret organization in a democratic society is a potential threat, but one, I am convinced, we must tolerate and control for the net gain. In 1975, I retired early from the CIA after 25 years as an intelligence officer, so I might be free to speak up for the silent services and the controversy for our secret operations. One of my principal concerns was that young people contemplating a career in government might hesitate to be associated with the CIA, FBI, or the other intelligence services. I feared the effectiveness of the intelligence community would decline, and without the infusion of the new blood from young applicants fresh out of American colleges and universities. Replenishment of ideas and outlooks is so vital to any organization, and especially so in the case of government bureaucracies. My fears, however, were ill-founded. The development that precipitated the congressional investigations and the public brouhaha about the CIA was a front-page exposé by journalist Seymour Hersh in the New York Times of December 22, 1974. The accuracy of the Hersh story and his characterization of the CIA involvement in domestic operations as massive was subsequently the subject of considerable and sometimes acrimonious debate. One thing was certain: the Hersh revelations produced massive cracks in what would have been, up to that time, a fairly monolithic intelligence establishment. The question for the future was simple. Would qualified young people choose to become intelligence officers in the face of such a conglomerate of truths, half-truths, and plain untruths? Immediately after the Hersh story was published, the number of applicants for CIA employment tripled. Why? A tight job market, perhaps? A more plausible explanation, I decided, was to be derived from the refrain, "I don't care what you write about me, as long as you spell my name correctly." Apparently, increasing numbers of young people sought an opportunity to work in the challenging business of intelligence, simply because they had learned something about it for the first time. Thus, today, only those who serve intense competition obtain employment in government intelligence services. Since retiring, I have talked with hundreds of young people during college campus lectures or in connection with my work for the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, a national group of former intelligence men and women from all services. This volume answers the questions about intelligence asked of me in discussions with students or by young professionals considering switching from more mundane careers to intelligence work of one kind or another. The intelligence trade is a demanding one, posing problems of morality and personal ethics for its practitioners. A heavy green book published in Washington, D.C. in early 1976, entitled the final report of the Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, better known as the Senate Church Committee Report, described it this way. In some respects, the intelligence professionism resembles monastic life, with some of the disciple and personal sacrifices reminiscent of medieval orders. Intelligence work is a way of service, a life of service, but one in which the norms of American life are sometimes distressingly distorted. Yet, intelligence is reputed to be the second oldest profession. In the Bible, we read that Moses sent his agents to spy out the land of Canaan. Espionage techniques were refined by the Greeks and Romans, and of course, the Byzantines. The British Intelligence Service was created by Sir Francis Walsingham, Queen Elizabeth's Secretary of State, and his fledgling spies proved their worth by penetrating the French and Spanish courts. One of his agents is said to have interpreted Sir Francis Drake's Game of Bowls in 1588 to give him the intelligence on the Spanish Armada approaching on the horizon. In French, Richelieu ran a proficient intelligence service. European bankers sponsored private espionage nets. The Rothschilds had one of the best. Every major European power conducted secret operations. Under Tsar Nicholas I, the Russians combined espionage with police repression, but Nicholas's service was puny in comparison with those that succeeded in it. For example, the ambiguous Soviet KGB, formerly known as the Committee for State Security, employs more intelligence officers and spies today than all the other services of the world combined. And that is just one of the USSR's intelligence arms. The 1771 edition of the Encyclopedia of Britain briefly depicted the secret agent as spy, a person hired to watch the actions, motions, etc. of another, particularly of what passes in a camp. When a spy is discovered, he is hanged immediately. An early American agent, Nathan Hale, described intelligence as a peculiar service. Most definitions of peculiar in dictionary form mean funny, odd, or strange. Hale was employing a British definition. A particular parish or church exempted from the jurisdiction of another, of the ordinary or bishop, in whose diocese it lies and is governed by another. Hale was a spy and was hanged immediately when his mission on Manhattan Island was discovered in 1776. Since Hale's days, young Americans have looked for a future of excitement and daring in intelligence careers. I gave an early warning. James Bond is fictional. Intelligence work often involves the accumulation and assembling of bits and pieces of information into a meaningful mosaic, a tedious business at times. One intelligence veteran once remarked that the truth would be better served if the cloak and dagger symbol for espionage were changed to that of a typewriter and some 3x5 cards. But it was also true that on occasion American intelligence agents must act and react like James Bond at the barricades. Those who seek foreign adventure will want to work in the Director of Operations of the CIA, also known as the Clandestine Service, or they can find action in one of the several military departments that engage in secret operations and undercover work, and the division of the FBI charged with monitoring and sometimes detaining foreign spies who operate in the U.S. or, to a lesser degree, in special units of the Drug Enforcement Administration, U.S. Customs, and similar agencies. In any of these areas, intelligence officers and their agents must live double lives and face danger. It can be a tough way to make a living. For the less adventuresome, satisfying careers await in the overt side of the intelligence profession. The majority of American intelligence officers and employees do not engage in covert or clandestine activities. They are scholars, analysts, administrators, investigators, communicators, and housekeeping personnel. Unlike their covert colleagues, they identify themselves to friends, neighbors, and credit unions as being associated with intelligence. They enjoy a more normal lifestyle, which is not as demanding of spouses and children as that of clandestine operatives. Well, that concludes the first 5 chapters of the Secret Wars Diary. If you've stayed till the end, I hope you enjoyed it.
We didn't really learn much about the Kennedy assassination in these first five chapters, but it was interesting to learn of his experiences in the German POW camps and the hardships they endured, and even some of the comedy that he wrote about after. I mean, this guy just has such a complicated life. If you look on the cover, he has Alan Dooley's right here with him, who has been heavily implicated by RFK Jr., actually, as someone that hated Kennedy because JFK fired him as the CIA director.
You know, the Warren Commission was run by Alan Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired. Congress found that, yeah, it was a plot. It was a conspiracy. There were multiple people involved.
RFK Jr. adding there is overwhelming evidence that the CIA was involved in his murder. I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt at this point.
I don't think that even if you had 10 more commissions, you'd ever get away from the idea that maybe there was a plot. We just didn't find any traces of it. Here is the commission's report. I keep it at my right hand here, and here are the various volumes, 26 of them, and we put in that everything we thought was, the commission thought, was really important and really valuable to enable others to reach their own judgments. And we can't complain if some people didn't agree with us entirely. But here are the facts anyway.
Some of the papers and some of the documents that are in the archives are there, but are withheld from public view by the FBI, the CIA, an organization with which you have some experience. Is there anything in those which years from now, when they may be released, will upset apple carts?
Oh no, I don't think so. No, I think everything that really is vital insofar as forming a judgment as to what really happened has been made available.
And you're satisfied with the judgment?
I am satisfied with the judgment, yes. I know of no new fact, no new evidence that has been presented. Many rumors, surely.
Mr. Dulles, let me put some of the criticisms to you.
Surely.
Was it a hasty job?
No. I don't understand where that came from. We had no time limit.
Was it a shoddy job, a slipshod job?
No, I don't think so. I think we examined all the witnesses that were available, whom we felt would add anything new.
The differences inside the commission substantive, or were they on minor matters?
Well, there were some rather substantive. For example, as has come out recently and as brought out in the report, Governor Connolly had certain rather strong views on certain points as to whether he was or was not hit by the same bullet that went through the president's throat. And there were certain points, but nothing that could not be resolved. When we disagreed, we indicated that there was some disagreement.
Mr. Dulles, you say you welcome the criticism of the report. Would you welcome a reopening of the investigation into President Kennedy's death?
Well, I don't see that if there isn't any new evidence to consider, that it would be very useful to do it, but that's beyond my ken. That's up to the president or others that the Congress possibly. I don't see that it's useful.
So it's so complicated. Then you have the back, which has newspaper articles about David Atlee Phillips being a prisoner of war and some other photos. And the weird thing is that there's no photo section in this book. It's only these photos in the back. So I don't know. Like, it's a little bit mysterious, you know. But I'm excited to get into this book more. There's I only got to about page 40, so there's plenty more to go. The book has about 300 pages, I think. So stay tuned for more. Chapter 6. Questions and Answers about Intelligence. I've been into drugs. Will I be hired? It depends on the narcotic use, the frequency of use, and how recently you are into it. Experimental or on-and-off marijuana history will not faze interviewers. Depending on circumstances, hard drug habits long ago, such as during military service, may be overlooked, but prolonged use of any drug, including alcohol, will probably preclude employment. If you are hired by the CIA or the FBI, be ready to give up all narcotics. Will I be asked embarrassing questions during a CIA lie detector test? In a pre-employment examination, yes.
and be prepared for periodic polygraph testing throughout your CIA career, but the questions become less personal. What about fudging in the first examination? Can I beat the lie detector? Probably not, unless you are a pathological liar, and that trait would be revealed during other tests you must undergo or during interviews with people who know you. The polygraph is only one facet of a security investigation. If I flunk a security investigation, will I be told why? Probably not. If you're gay, does that matter? Yes. U.S. intelligence agencies and departments do not now hire known homosexuals. I once had an experimental homosexual fling. Does that matter? No. How private is your private life? Reasonably private, but if you begin hanging around with the Soviet embassy crowd, you will be investigated. Intelligence officers have private lives much like anyone else, except for the demands of security. The FBI, while much more relaxed than in the past, does not tolerate two bureau employees living together who are not married. If I work abroad undercover, can I ever become an ambassador? Not unless you are on a detached service from the CIA with the rank of ambassador, as William Colby was during the Vietnam War, or unless you are appointed as an ambassador after you retire from the CIA. Richard Helms became the U.S. ambassador in Iran. Does an American ambassador know the CIA people in the country? Always, if they are Americans under official cover. Can an ambassador profit a CIA station chief from sending an intelligence report to Washington? No, but the ambassador must always be given the chance to comment on the message. Former CIA Legislative Counsel Walter E. Forsheimer recalls a congressional investigation at which he was present in 1948. There had been a bloody uprising in Bogota, Colombia, in which distinguished U.S. visitors were in jeopardy. The CIA knew in advance about the danger, but was unable to warn Washington because the ambassador, at the insistence of a Department of State advance man, refused to send the message. Since then, CIA stations can insist an intelligence report be forwarded, despite an ambassador's objection. Must American deep cover agents abroad pay U.S. income tax? If so, how do they know it? How do they do it without blowing their cover? All Americans working for U.S. intelligence, wherever they are, must pay income tax. This sometimes requires the preparation of a special return that goes to a cleared unit of an Internal Revenue Service. Can I write for publication? You will be encouraged to write for publication in your field of expertise if you are an overt employee of a U.S. intelligence organization. Your employer will want to review the material for security reasons. Special rules apply if you are undercover. E. Howard Hunt published several dozen spy novels under various pseudonyms during his CIA career. Now that's a name I've heard before in the Kennedy investigation. Isn't signing a security oath promising to submit everything I write even after I retire, prior restraint, and thus unconstitutional? The Supreme Court has ruled that security oaths signed by government employees are valid civil contracts. If you work in a General Electric research laboratory, you will be required to sign a similar agreement promising not to reveal trade secrets when you retire or go to work for another company. A security oath cannot be used to stifle criticism or opinion. It can be invoked only if real secrets are involved, especially the revelation of sources and methods. Who or what provides information and how? What about moonlighting? A second or part-time occupation is discouraged in the intelligence community, at home, and it is not tolerated abroad. In Washington, D.C., your career will suffer if your duty officer cannot find you because, as a weekend realtor, you are out selling a house. If the work spills over into office hours, you will be chastised. I understand there are CIA offices in most major American cities. How do I locate them? You can find domestic CIA offices in the phone book. As a woman, will I be asked to use sex in intelligence work? No. When cultivating a prospect agent, you will use a reasonable amount of charm in the process as a man will. But I know of no case where an American woman intelligence officer was asked to sleep with a potential agent, or where a female officer allowed herself to lose the authority and control essential to managing an agent by sharing his bed. How dangerous is intelligence work? Spies, foreigners, and the employ of U.S. intelligence lead a dangerous life. They are often arrested and imprisoned, and sometimes executed. American intelligence officers in deep cover assignments in some countries face risks. Those in official cover in a U.S. overseas installation once lived reasonably safe lives. But peril has escalated in recent years due to terrorist bombings and kidnappings of U.S. military and diplomatic personnel. In the U.S., the work of FBI agents, especially apprehending criminals, can be dangerous. Secret Service agents guarding a president never know when they will have to stand between him and an assassin's bullet. The most dangerous of all intelligence/investigative work is in the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, particularly when DEA agents are sent on foreign assignments. Will I use and carry a gun? FBI, DEA, and Secret Service agents carry guns and sometimes use them. CIA agents seldom carry weapons and rarely use them, with the exception of the employees of the Department of State's Bureau of Intelligence and Research and the National Security Agency. All U.S. intelligence officers are trained in the use of weapons. Is it true that undercover agents and their families must lead double lives? It goes with the territory, concealing. The truth is a necessary part of getting the job done overseas, and to sustain cover. A life of duplicity must continue during tours in U.S. headquarters. An undercover agent must lie to his neighbors, his banker, and to most relatives. It's not pleasant, but it's essential. How much do intelligence officers tell their spouses? They keep their spouses briefed on what they are doing without going into detail. Even teenage children, depending on circumstances and the maturity of the child, are told that their father or mother is an intelligence officer. Why are intelligence people called spooks? Spook is the term often used by Foreign Service officers when referring to CIA colleagues. Sometimes the term is used pejoratively and sometimes affectionately. CIA officers have learned to live with the name and occasionally refer to themselves as spooks. Is a college degree essential for intelligence work? The FBI, CIA, and National Security Agency insist on a degree for entry-level employees who will be officers. Some agencies, such as the Secret Service, recognize work experience equivalents in lieu of a degree. Degrees are not required for military officers or for agents of the Drug Enforcement Administration. Many employees of all agencies become officers after working in low-level positions until they can obtain night school degrees. How many moles are there in the CIA? We would not know, of course, of a truly successful mole, but despite much speculation, some sensational in nature, there is no evidence that a mole has ever burrowed into the CIA at the staff level. William Campbell and David Barnett approached the Soviets to sell information and service after they left the CIA. Philip Agee is another former CIA employee who has began his mischief after re-signing. In the press, he has identified hundreds of intelligence officers. His book, Inside the Company, a CIA Diary, was written with the assistance of the Cuban Communist Party. Why hasn't the CIA assassinated Philip Agee? 2 past CIA plots to kill men other than Agee misfired, so the agency seems to be clumsy when trying to assassinate. It is doubtful the CIA would attempt such action after the headlines that erupted during the Church Committee investigations. Certainly Agee would not be a target. Should a truck run over him tomorrow, the CIA will undoubtedly be blamed for the accident. If I work for the CIA, will I ever be asked to kill anyone? An executive order now prohibits assassination. However, things might be different in wartime. Are James Bond adventure novels accurate? No. Do undercover families have higher divorce, alcohol, and suicide rates? Divorce and alcoholism statistics are slightly higher than the national average. Suicides are less than the normal figure. Can I refuse an intelligence assignment I don't like? You can always get out of an assignment overseas with a valid reason, such as needing special medical attention for a family member. Otherwise, the FBI, the Secret Service, and all the military services will expect you to move when asked. In the CIA, you can probably manage to turn down an undesirable assignment once. Challenging the wisdom of the hierarchy a second time without valid medical or family reasons tends to stifle upward career mobility. What if I decide after trying it that I want to quit? It is not easy to quit the military until your period of enlistment is completed. Other government agencies and departments require only 2 weeks' notice. If you quit during the first year of an overseas assignment, you must reimburse the government for all travel and transport to and from that area. What if I want time to think things over? In most government agencies, you can usually get a year away from the job without pay. Do intelligence officers receive overtime pay? It depends on the agency. All of them pay overtime to lower-level employees. Special agents in the FBI are paid overtime. But most other agents do not pay middle and senior grade personnel for extra work. Hazardous duty or hardship allowances are paid to U.S. personnel overseas, especially during periods of prolonged civil strife. Do intelligence officers receive special attention, special retirement benefits? Department of State officers, U.S. special agents, and the CIA people who have spent at least 5 years abroad receive retirement benefits that are slightly better than the civil service retirement circumstances of other government workers. You should know the details of a retirement system before your money goes into it. But when discussing employment with an intelligence organization, keep queries about retirement in low key. Otherwise, veterans considering your employment will mutter about motivation. My future wife wants a career of her own and has told me she will not accompany me overseas. What about her? The problem has become a serious one in recent years. In most countries, wives cannot obtain working permits. The only satisfactory solution so far is when the Department of State and the CIA send husband-wife teams overseas, which they do more frequently these days. Does specializing in intelligence in the military hurt promotion chances? Yes. Most military intelligence officers realize they will not become generals or admirals if they remain in intelligence throughout a career. Who watches the CIA? Until recently, 8 committees in Congress handled the job. That didn't work because you can't conduct secret operations in Bloomingdale's window. Now the CIA reports to one committee in the Senate and a second one in the House of Representatives. This is more reasonable, but still not ideal, considering the continued leakage from the committees as well as the administration. Do CIA officers receive medals or decorations? Yes. The highest tribute is the Distinguished Intelligence Cross awarded for valor. The Distinguished Intelligence Medal is the best awarded for performance. CIA medals are kept in a safe at Langley, Virginia, until the officer honored retires or resigns, in some cases to protect a cover mechanism. The decoration is never turned over to the officer. Do CIA people really call the agency the company? Yes, and some call it the pickle factory. I've seen ads in the New York Times asking people to apply to the CIA. Do intelligence agencies in other countries use want ads to seek recruits? It can only happen in America. The CIA is not the only intelligence agency that advertises for employees. The Defense Intelligence Agency recently did so, and even the super-secret National Security Agency, the NSA, has used newspaper recruitment. Recently, the NSA conducted a jobs fair, to which it invited those people interested in becoming code breakers. But foreign intelligence or organizations don't advertise. A visiting British intelligence man, seeing the ads in the Washington Post, commented, "I am totally astonished." Chapter 7. The Secret CIA. Those who seek challenging assignments overseas and, once in a while, James Bond adventures will find the action in the CIA's Directorate of Operations, the DDO. The men and women who work in the DDO refer to themselves as intelligence officers or case officers. The people who gather information and run operations for them, usually foreigners, are known as agents. Case officers and agents are usually described by journalists as spies, a term seldom used in the in-house CIA lexicon. The DDO is also known as the clandestine service. In earlier years, there has been a popular notion that the clandestine service was a public service refuge for the scions of the East Coast, Ivy League establishment. This was never true, even when the CIA was formed by a cadre of OSS veterans. A composite of the average CIA officer in secret operations shows that he or she is about 33 years of age, married, with 2 children. He holds a degree from a state university, speaks at least 1 foreign language, and has worked in at least 2 foreign countries. Abroad, he often performs 2 functions. his cover duty, and, when the day ends, his clandestine job. He claims no pay for overtime and doesn't even when working at Langley, and contributes more time to the job than the ordinary 9-to-5 worker. In his cover role, if he works in an embassy or in one of the consulates, he always ranks below his peers in the Department of State and other agencies. But he recognizes that arrangement as absolutely necessary for him to operate. Clandestine work and secret operations is not always exciting. Sometimes a CIA operative is like the military officer stationed on a bleak Alatarian island, responsible for spotting Soviet missiles speeding towards a U.S. target. The assignment is vital, but dull. Much intelligence work involves the acquisition of bits and pieces of information, and their storage in a manner which allows immediate retrieval. It is often a tedious business, but clandestine operations can also be exciting, and the practitioner is justified in perceiving himself as one of Smiley's people. The case officer in the CIA's clandestine service, success or failure of an intelligence officer endeavor depends on the case officer. He or she might be a specialist in a particular field, such as Soviet operations. More often, the case officer is a generalist, sometimes known as a street man, who can perform a variety of tasks. Principal among them is the hiring and firing of foreign nationals as information sources. In some regions abroad, the work of the case officer is often risky and sometimes dangerous. More than 30 stars engraved in a marble wall at CIA headquarters commemorate officers killed in the line of duty. Many of the stars are not identified by name, as the circumstances of death must remain secret. During obligatory hours at headquarters, the case officer works in a geographical division which supports overseas operations. The work of the case officer at home and abroad is always demanding and calls for meticulous tradecraft. It adherence to strict rules of professional conduct so that mistakes in running an operation do not jeopardize the success or security of the endeavor. Generally, case officers are recruited from amongst college graduates. Applicants who aspire to be DDO case officers are often anxious to begin their work in dark alleys abroad, but they must be patient and go back to school. Case officers usually enter CIA service through what is known as the Career Training Service. The nephites are known as in the CIA as CTs. The CT training program is conducted at a bucolic establishment much like a college campus. The instructors are case officers on home tours and visiting lecturers from Langley that give highly classified lectures about their experiences in espionage and covert action. Few students complain that they are bored. The reports officer is the clandestine service specialist who forms a mosaic out of bits and pieces of information. All available information on a given subject or event is processed by the reports officer and then put into final form for transmission to intelligence customers abroad and in the U.S. A CIA station complement usually includes one or more report officers. At very small stations, case officers write their own reports. Analysts and researchers maintain intelligence banks of information based on current reporting by agents and case officers. Some work is in major DDO installations abroad, but most work is in area divisions at CIA headquarters. The deep cover officer, the trickiest assignment for a DDO officer overseas, is when he or she uses non-official or deep cover. CIA people under official cover have a built-in margin for error. If a tradecraft mistake or bad luck compromises them with the local government, these officers are protected by official passports, which means that, at worst, they will be declared persona non grata and sent home. In 1971, the British government, exasperated by the high level of espionage by Soviet diplomats, expelled 107 of them at the same time. The deep cover officer has no official protection. If he gets into trouble, he may be subject to prosecution under local laws. He cannot expect his own government to come to his defense, as a demarche from the U.S. Embassy might only confirm that the American is in fact an intelligence operative. Most DDO officers at home and abroad and under whatever cover must lead double lives to be effective in their work, and in some cases, in order to survive. The problem is compounded in the case of the deep cover officer. His tour abroad might stretch out for many years in the same country. He and his family must be prepared for a lonely, silent mission where success is known only to a few colleagues. Deep cover operatives and their families have a tough and vital job to handle. Only the hardy should apply. DDO managers are former case officers. Having demonstrated a flair for management, they become senior officers of the CIA as chiefs of station in the field and as branch and division chiefs at headquarters. What case officers actually do is difficult to describe because the demands and situations they face overseas are so diverse that it would take another book to explain case officer responsibilities adequately. What follows are 3 examples that illustrate some of the things a case officer must do in the performance of his job. These 3 incidents actually happened in Latin America. Number 1. At a CIA station, it was decided to intercept a meeting between a Soviet KGB officer from a local embassy and a KGB agent. That is, knowing of the planned encounter, a CIA officer was to pose as a Soviet in order to learn more about the relationship between the Soviet embassy and the local agent and his political party. A case officer, exploiting his ability to speak Russian, met the agent on a pretext that the regular KGB case officer was ill and that he was taking his place on an emergency basis. To add authenticity to the scenario, another CIA officer, who also spoke Russian, sat behind the wheel of a black automobile similar to one used by the Soviets. The ambiguous Russian chauffeur. There was a exchange of money and then a 45-minute conversation. When the meeting ended, the Latin American agent said to the CIA officer, "You know, I've been working for the KGB for 6 years, and you are the most professional KGB officer I have ever met." Number 2. 2 weeks later, in another country, it was necessary for a four-person team to conduct an illegal break-in, in an effort to obtain vital, high-priority intelligence data from the offices of a hostile power. One member of this team was a woman. The team used the cover of electricians making repairs. Since there were no female electricians in Latin America, the CIA woman was disguised as a man, complete with a phony mustache. Number 3. An international conference was about to convene. Knowing the positions to be taken by countries not completely friendly to the U.S. was an intelligence requirement with obvious benefits for American negotiators at the conference. In one Latin America country, the CIA station obtained a photostatic copy of that country's position, but it was a lengthy document, and there was no time to translate and cable it to the site of the meeting, thousands of miles away. The station chief summoned his most junior case officer and instructed him to board the next international flight, hand-carrying the vital piece of information. On the plane, the young officer kept touching the breast pocket of his coat, where he carried the document. He had reason to be nervous. Directly across the aisle, close enough so that the CIA officer could have leaned across and touched him, was the foreign minister of the country in which he was stationed, also flying to the conference. The foreign minister spent the flight thumbing through his copy of the position paper. The 3 episodes provide food for thought for those who do consider a career in the DDO. The first involves deception and goal. The second and third, breaking and entering, and the theft of state secrets, are by normal standards criminal acts. Espionage and covert action are illegal everywhere in the world. While an applicant for the clandestine service of the CIA ponders the question of morality and personal ethics which he must face during his career, the issue of clandestine action operations should be addressed. Should the U.S. maintain clandestine activities at all, despite the avalanche of words published and broadcast on the subject? Few outside the DDO, including many in the other services of the CIA, really understand what they might be abolishing. In short, what clandestine operations are, and equally important, what they are not, their limitations, and why they exist. A discussion about covert operations must begin with a definition of what clandestine service of the CIA does. It basically does 2 things: collects intelligence needed by policymakers to formulate policy, and undertakes programs to assist policymakers in carrying out a policy. The first is known as espionage, and the second, covert action. Espionage seeks information important to the U.S. government, which some foreign entity wishes to keep secret. Covert action endeavors to pursue a foreign entity to take action or to refrain from an action. Circumstances and the nature of the persuasion preclude the attribution of covert action to the government. Propaganda, in its many shades of gray, that is, degrees of concealment of sponsorship, may accomplish a covert action objective. Secret agents dealing directly with individuals in a position of influence are more likely to do so. Strictly speaking, paramilitary operations, like supporting a secret army, should not be classified under covert action. They relate to covert action as war compares with diplomacy. Paramilitary endeavors belie, sooner or later, the one condition essential to covert action, secrecy, and flout the old maxim that one should not attempt to cover a hippopotamus with a handkerchief. The funding of foreign political parties, however, should be considered a covert action, even though it is difficult to maintain secrecy in such a passionate milieu. Usually, the passage of money is arranged through a black bag operation, like a secret under-the-table operation. CIA critics have contended that the U.S. government should not be ashamed to support democratic forces overseas and therefore should fund deserving political parties openly, if at all. Although refreshingly straightforward, this approach overlooks one reality. The benefits of such aid would be the first to insist that it be given discreetly. It would be political suicide for them to accept foreign assistance, just as it would for a party in this country to do so. On the other hand, I found in serving in 8 countries abroad that handsome subsidies given by the Soviets to communist opposition parties are accepted as a fact of life by nearly all concerned, including most governments and peoples of the countries involved. Clandestine operations have been condemned as immoral in principle and illegal in practice. This attitude naively sidesteps the problems of existing and, indeed, surviving in a world whose history continues to be determined by nations promoting their own interest at the expertise of others. The League of Nations, United Nations, and similar endeavors notwithstanding. To the point, it would have been the U.S. compete in the U.S. More to the point, it would have the U.S. compete in the international arena blindfolded with one hand tied to its back. The grim state of the world affairs is neither likely to improve much in our time, nor, in that matter, in our children or grandchildren's time. Until it does, the nations of the world will continue to insist on their sovereign right to defend and advance their interests through the clandestine operations, restricting any question of immorality or illegality to cases uncovered within their own national boundaries. Whether the United States should conduct clandestine operations abroad is a subject worthy of debate. A discussion of the issues is usually reduced to the following terms. Number 1. If we consider it important to this country to have an adequate intelligence capability, we must recognize that resorting to clandestine means, including espionage specifically, is inevitable. If we feel as a nation we can accept some clandestine means, such as espionage, but not others, such as covert action, at least our rationale should be clear. Number 3. If we decide that covert action is wrong because it constitutes meddling in other people's affairs, we should re-examine not only our intelligence activities, but our entire foreign policy, our foreign aid program, and our tariff policies, to mention only a few examples, because each of these can have a profound effect on the international affairs of any number of countries, and very often is designed to have such an effect. My personal view is that our country must practice espionage as a vital adjunct to foreign policy, and I believe that in special situations, the option of covert action should be open to American presidents. Detente with the Soviet Union became a practical possibility when American intelligence developed the satellite capability to monitor Soviet adherence to arms and nuclear agreements. In America, there are many perceptions of detente. Some view it with suspicion. Some advocate it feverishly. A majority of people concur that it is better than the disaster of a nuclear war, but the French word detente when translated into Russian, means either release the trigger tension or unload the gun. It does not mean disregard or unload the gun and met down the bullets. And until that interpretation changes, good intelligence is indispensable to the U.S. in an era of detente, and every indication is that it will continue to be so for generations. But why covert action? A former colleague often told the story of two Americans who visited the Moscow Zoo. They were amazed to find a large bear and a small lamb in the same cage. They summoned the zookeeper. "This is amazing," the American said. "We've never seen a bear and a lamb in the same cage." "Oh yes," the zookeeper replied. "This is to prove that coexistence is possible. This demonstrates that detente can work." The zookeeper looked about to be sure he was not being overheard. Then he added, "Of course we have to change the lamb every day." In the final analysis, someone has to look after the lambs of the world. If, after careful consideration, you still want to work in the CIA's DDO, these are the guidelines to follow when applying as a candidate for the agency's career training program. First, be prepared to be patient while a security check is being made on you and those close to you. CT applicants are normally accepted into the program in February, May, August, and November of each year. Your application should be submitted at least 4 to 6 months before the time you would like to go to work because of the obligatory delay in conducting the security investigation. If accepted, your starting grade will usually range from GS-08 to GS-11. Second, be aware that the senior officers who will be reviewing your application, most of them veteran overseas case officers, will be looking for the following qualifications: a strong interest in international affairs, the ability to communicate orally and in writing, strong interpersonal skills, the ability to win friends and influence people, the ability to speak a foreign language, or the aptitude to learn one or more, and although not required, but an advantage, overseas experience of one kind or another, such as travel, residence, or military service. Third, prepare a resume that discusses your specific qualifications, including phone numbers, day and evening, college major, a concise statement explaining why you want to work for the CIA, and a brief description of your principal strengths. Come on fairly strong. Modesty is not always a virtue in the makeup of a clandestine service operator. Mail your resume to Personal Representative, P.O. Box 12727, Arlington, Virginia 22209. Do not include Central Intelligence Agency in the address. If you are going to spend an entire career working undercover, you might as well begin to learn tradecraft now. If your application attracts interest, you will be contacted for a confidential interview within a few weeks. But mailing a resume, however, before mailing a resume, think about it again. The cloak and dagger side of the CIA is not a career for everyone. It is a career for a very special few men and women with skills, self-discipline, self-reliance, and initiative. It is a career. Agency recruiters warn for those who welcome excitement and in challenging situations that demand critical, on-the-spot decisions. Chapter 8. Ethics and Morality and Secret Operations. In Chapter 7, there was an examination of dirty tricks in the context of covert action, a discussion of the institutional issue of government morality. There is also a personal dimension involved in the dilemma of secret operations and a free and open society such as ours. The question of personal ethics seldom arises in the case of intelligence officers who are overt, who identify themselves and often the kind of work they do when talking with friends and neighbors. The majority of intelligence officers fall into this category, but the undercover officer, usually those in the Directorate of Operations in the CIA, sometimes finds that job demands standards of conduct that fall into a gray area and pose problems of personal ethics for the individual. This was brought home to me when I found myself in a situation where my cover could have been revealed by a U.S. president. John F. Kennedy visited Mexico City in 1962, a year before his assassination in Dallas. I was posted to the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City at the time under diplomatic cover. In that cover capacity, I attended a reception for President Kennedy. Some 2,000 people were on hand when he arrived. When Kennedy entered the ballroom, he was followed by a pack of about 40 reporters and photographers. Like any good politician, he began to shake hands. Suddenly, the president headed straight for me. He put out his hand. "Hi," said the president. "I'm Jack Kennedy." "Sir," we shook hands. "I'm David Phillips." "What do you do here, Mr. Phillips, in Mexico?" Behind Kennedy, the reporters were making notes, and flashing bulbs were popping. "I work for you, Mr. President, in the embassy." "I see." Obviously, Mr. Kennedy wanted a better answer. "What do you do in the embassy, Mr. Phillips?" I continued to equivalate. The president became clearly impatient. He insisted on knowing precisely what I did at the embassy. How could I reply truthfully? And yet, could I lie to my own commander-in-chief? Even with the excuse that flashbulbs were blinking and reporters were writing down everything I had said. Fortunately, in this instance, the military attaché assigned to the embassy came to my rescue. He knew what I really did, tugged at Kennedy's coattails, and whispered in his ear. The president then said in a loud voice, "Very well, Mr. Phillips, carry on." He then continued his round, shaking hands with others who had no problems in answering the questions. The dilemmas found in the conduct of clandestine activities in our free and open society are not always so easily resolved. Secrecy, double lives, and illegal acts. Some people honestly believe that there should be no secrecy in our government operations, but those who must conduct our affairs, national and international, always believe or eventually conclude that secrecy is essential. George Washington wrote in a letter to his aide, Colonel Elias Dayton, "The necessity for procuring good intelligence is apparent and need not be further urged. All that intelligence remains for me is to add that you keep the whole matter as secret as possible. For upon secrecy, success depends in most enterprises of the kind, and what for want of it. They are generally defeated, however well planned." Henry L. Stimson was the U.S. Secretary of State in 1929 when he abolished the famous Black Chamber, the nation's code-breaking organization, with the declaration, "Gentlemen, don't read other people's mail." 10 years later, however, Stimson became the Secretary of War, today the Secretary of Defense, and promptly called for the reestablishment of code-breaking operations. He had learned, as all our leaders do sooner or later, that non-gentle men run affairs in many parts of the world. At home, secrecy has been long recognized as essential, even in peacetime. The law provides criminal penalties for the unauthorized disclosure of such government information as future crop estimates from the Department of Agriculture identifies of recipients of federal welfare, income tax information, selective service records, applicants for land bank loans, and formulas for insecticides. And in 1981, intelligence professionals were pleased when a new law was added to the list, making it a crime to reveal the identities of intelligence officers undercover. While a majority of intelligence people have not been inhibited about concerns of secrecy, some of those who have worked in clandestine activities have been uncomfortable in the face of the demands of living a double life. This is seldom a concern abroad, where it is absolutely essential to maintain and protect cover. In most parts of the world, the undercover officer cannot perform effectively unless his identity and true functions are concealed. In some areas, he is in peril if his cover is not maintained. Intelligence officers who must depend on their covers to conduct business abroad are obliged to continue the covers at home so it will be intact when they are again assigned overseas. This kind of double life in one's own community is difficult. Undercover operatives must pretend to be somewhere else when a creditor or visitor from out of town telephones them at the office at CIA headquarters on an outside line, that is, not tied into the CIA switchboard. If troubled, they may not select their own psychiatrist, but instead must visit one cleared and approved by the CIA. They, their families, must lie constantly. They cannot tell the truth to bankers, neighbors, lodge brothers, or delivery boys. I even lied to the Boy Scouts of America when filling out the application papers to be a scoutmaster. It's a vexing existence, but one to which most men and women can adjust successfully. Even more difficult is the fact that in undercover intelligence work, it is sometimes necessary to commit illegal acts, or acts that can be perceived as illegal by others. An example, a case officer preparing to depart for an overseas assignment where he or she pretends to be a business person must first obtain an unofficial U.S. passport. In doing so, it is necessary to violate U.S. law in the sense that the passport application must be completed in less than truthful answers to some questions. Once abroad, the intelligence operative must perform various tasks which violate local legal rules. There are circumstances in which the intelligence officer must resort to tactics, bribery for some instances, for which he would never consider attempting at home. Such personal level dirty tricks aspects of foreign intelligence work are in contradiction to American principles of fair play, unless the operative can be accommodated and the double standards which espionage activity sometimes requires, the job simply will not get done. While he was not addressing undercover activity specifically, Abraham Lincoln understood this gray area of government service when he said in a speech to the 13th Congress in 1948, "The true rule in determining to embrace or reject anything is not whether it has any evil in it, but whether it has more evil than good. Almost everything, especially of government policy, is an inseparable compound of the two, so that our best judgment of the preponderance between them is continually demanded. On this principle, the President, his friends, and the world generally act on most subjects. Why not apply it, then, upon this question? Why, as to this, magnify the evil, and stoutly refuse to see any good in them?" Professional intelligence officers, after pondering the problems of secret operations that are in democratic society and their personal role in it, invariably reach the conclusion that performance in espionage is not only essential, but honorable. John Le Carre writes of the honorable schoolboy. William E. Colby Memoirs carries the title Honorable Men. The first American spy, Nathan Hale, said before he was executed by the British, "I wish to be useful, and every kind of service necessary to the public good becomes honorable by being necessary. Any person contemplating a career in the clandestine area should enter the profession fully aware that covert action and espionage carry personal challenges with them. The great majority of those who enter the profession find that their sense of mortality and personal ethics. Any person contemplating a career in the clandestine area should enter the profession fully aware that covert action and espionage who carry personal challenges with them. The great majority of those who enter the profession find that their sense of morality and personal ethics remains intact, and most undercover operatives find their careers to be rewarding." In 1983, the Washington Post conducted a survey of more than 58,000 government workers. Each employee was asked to indicate in writing anonymous responses how he or she felt about job satisfaction. Some agencies and departments were given poor grades, and employees were unhappy enough to say that they would not sign up again with Uncle Sam if given opportunity. Among the organizations in which morale was low were the Labor Department, Office of Personnel Management, General Services Administration, Environmental Protection Agency, and the Interior Department. 4 organizations ranked above the dozens of agencies in the federal bureaucracy in the opinion of the people who worked in them: the Navy, the Veterans Administration, the Export-Import Bank, and the CIA. In general, federal employees enjoy living and working in Washington. In 1986, a survey revealed that the satisfaction had increased 10% since the study 1984 and 1985 last reported in this book. The next chapter will be called Challenging Philip Agee. Chapter 9, Challenging Philip Agee. From the day of my retirement in 1975, I found myself confronting the CIA's first defector. He was up to sordid political mischief, and still is. Philip Agee is the renegade ex-CIA officer who has spent the past several years revealing the identities of U.S. intelligence men and women around the world. When Agee began his nasty campaign in 1974, I was CIA's chief of Latin operations, and Agee had served abroad only in South America and Mexico. Thus, I had a special interest in Agee's attempt to wreck American intelligence. But I don't want to leave the reader in suspense, so I'll say right off what I think of Agee. I think he's a despicable bum. The answers to 2 questions are needed in order to understand Philip Agee and to assess what he is trying to do. The first question is, who is he working for now that he's no longer with America? Since he left the U.S., Agee has made several trips to Cuba, where local officials helped him gather material for his anti-CIA book, Inside the Company. Fortunate fellow, as not many ex-agency people are welcome in Havana, he's made many forays into Europe and Africa, where he denounces CIA agents and operations in press conferences. He sponsors picketing of the homes of CIA chiefs abroad and lectures to Marxist groups. He frequently gives interviews to newsmen. In one, in a Swiss newspaper, Agee allowed that he approved of KGB activities, especially for the underprivileged of the world. The KGB is the Soviet intelligence service, and in 25 years in intelligence work, I never heard of the KGB working with impoverished masses. Agee, who seems to have found generous financing for whatever he does, is the founder of 2 American publications. The first is Counter Spy, published in Washington, D.C., the magazine which identified my good friend Richard Welch. Dick was gunned down in Athens after that exposure. The second magazine, also in the nation's capital, Covert Action Information Bulletin, accumulates Counter Spy and publishing the name of every U.S. intelligence operative it can locate. Philip Agee now resides in Bonn, Germany. Married to a local woman, he cannot be deported from the country because of the marriage. However, he was kicked out of England, France, Holland, and Belgium, and other European countries turn him around when he lands at the airport. I'm sure that Britain and other countries which have expelled Agee had good reason to do so, based on what he is known for in spy jargon as hard intelligence. But there are other ways to arrive at a conclusion than trying to determine if someone like Agee is working for a foreign power. Counterintelligence experts reveal in studying in a sequence of events to see where the trail leads. Consider this sequence of events. In October 1974, Agee held a press conference in London. He named 37 persons he said were CIA agents in Mexico City and excoriated Luis Echeverria, then the president of Mexico. He charged the Mexican government guilty of censorship because the newspapers in Mexico City had not printed his assertion made previously that the president was a CIA lackey. That story was headlined in Mexican newspapers. In early December 1974, Agee was interviewed by the brilliant Marxist writer Colombian Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and Agee's claim that the president had been a CIA pawn again erupted in Mexican headlines. On December 14th, the president of Mexico, perplexed about Agee's motives, asked security advisors to explain. He was astonished to learn that Agee's book carried an acknowledgement and thanks to the representatives of the Communist Party of Cuba, who also gave me important encouragement at a time when I doubted that I would be able to find the additional information I needed. At the time, the president of Mexico was planning a state visit to Cuba to bestow a Mexican blessing on Fidel Castro's revolution. Then, according to a report by columnist Jack Anderson, Fidel Castro, eager to continue his good relations with the Mexican president, sent a member of the Cuban Politburo, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, on a secret one-day visit to Mexico City on December 18th to placate the Mexican president. On January 4th, 1975, less than 3 weeks after the president of Mexico had learned for the first time of Cuban encouragement to Agee, Mexico City's leading newspaper, Excelsior, printed in the same edition separate letters from Agee and Garcia Marquez. Both were masterpieces of retreat. Agee retracted and tempted his earlier allegation about the degree of the president's collaboration with the CIA, dismissing it as a routine liaison. Agee said, "I want to make it clear that the head of the CIA in Mexico in 1970 suddenly left the country when its present president came to power. I take his departure as evidence of a break between the CIA and the present Mexican president. This was nonsense, and Agee knew it. The chief CIA leader in Mexico was evacuated for medical reasons. The letter from Garcia Marquez was also a craven reversal. In February 1975, Agee was asked by People magazine about his charges that the Mexican president was a CIA collaborator. Agee replied that his future editions of his book would modify that accusation. Indeed, they did, and a satisfied president of Mexico went ahead with his trip to Havana. In that sequence of events, a counterintelligence expert would find reason to believe that Philip Agee was responsive to Cuban direction. Whether Agee is working as a paid agent of the DGI, the Cuban surrogate for the Soviet KGB, is almost beside the point. By intelligence definition, he is acting the role of an agent of influence. His declared goal is to put the CIA out of business, an objective which can only cheer the Soviets and the Cubans. Even without access to hard intelligence, it is not difficult to surmise who Philip Agee is working for. His professed ambition is to expose every agent he knows. The purpose, he told a newsman, is to force them to go back home so that through constant changes of personnel, their effectiveness will be reduced. If that's what Agee is doing, ask, why not return CIA officers to the safety of the U.S. once they have been identified? The question begs the real issue of why they were exposed in the first place. Of course, neutralizing a CIA's agent's ability is what Agee wants, but intelligence people fingered by Agee don't come home because they have a job to do overseas. American ambassadors, consuls, and military attaches have been the victim of terrorist violence for 20 years. They have been kidnapped and assassinated several times. While serving overseas, I warned embassy officers of plots against them. Not once did the target suggest he should abandon his post and scoot back to the safe haven in Washington. And that's the basic reaction CIA officers must have. This is quite aside from the basic fact that CIA officers simply cannot afford overnight to start yanking and replacing scores of its people simply because they have been exposed by Agee and his scandalous publications. CIA lacks the immediate personnel resources in terms of numbers, experience, and language. Even if CIA did yank its people, the savior of such great success undoubtedly would lead Agee and friends to repeat the exposure cycle as soon as the new contingent of station chiefs and operational personnel settled in. In brief, the CIA could not possibly provide the kind of intelligence support the U.S. government must have while riding a merry-go-round operated by Philip Agee. Unfortunately, the individuals who must remain at their posts naked, unprotected, without cover, and exposed will find their jobs indefinitely more difficult, but there is no alternative. An argument can be made that the CIA agents exposed by Agee are mature men and women in a tough business and trained to take care of themselves. But what of the families disrupted of Agee's scheme? In July 1980, editors of Covert Action Information Bulletin revealed the names of people they claimed were local CIA officers in Kingston, Jamaica, at a press conference. This resulted in the homes of two men named being attacked. I've read a letter from one of their wives, her children. One of those whose bedroom was riddled by machine gun bullets did not understand why anyone would want to hurt them, and another wife was hospitalized for stress disorders following the incident. Even more recently, in 1981, the same editors traveled through Africa. Their presence in Mozambique was followed by the expulsion of 4 U.S. Embassy officers and their wives, all accused of espionage. I tend to forget, in relating this dirty story, that the purpose of this chapter is to give my opinion of Philip Agee. I consider Agee a moral primitive and a sorry excuse for a human being. Give any 3 decent citizens the facts about him and his sordid campaign, and, in a vote, I'll wager they'll come up with a more specific label. Traitor. A close call for DAP. Thank you, Philip Agee. Only once have I been described as an authentic hero, and as irony would have it, that extravagant accolade would never have been bestowed without an assistant from an unexpected quarter. Recently, I went to Erie, Pennsylvania to speak at the Town Hall Lecture Series sponsored by the YWCA. The chairperson had arranged for me to stay the night before the lecture as the only guest at a posh country club. This was pleasant, but it struck me as strange. Usually a speaker is lodged in a hotel near the lecture hall. rather than in the isolation of a private club on the outskirts of town. The next morning, I was picked up by the chairperson in a limousine driven by a hefty chauffeur. I'm not often driven about in a long black Cadillac. During the drive to downtown Erie, the chairperson said there had been a development I would eventually hear about, so she told me as well to tell me before I heard about it elsewhere. Traditionally, she told me speakers at the YWCA lectures were introduced by the editor of the local newspaper. In my case, however, the editor had refused to introduce me. I was curious about his reluctance to be associated with me, but I did not explore the reason. I assumed the editor was one of those people who despise intelligence officers and all they stand for. There was to be a press conference before the lecture, and when we arrived, two very large men were waiting outside. One explained that they were both sergeants in the Erie Police Department. "Don't worry," he said. "We'll be with you every minute." Police protection in Erie, Pennsylvania, at a YWCA lecture? Congregated? Most of my press conferences had been described as modest affairs, with perhaps one reporter and a student editor or two. Not in Erie. The room was crowded with reporters. Photographers popped their flashbulbs in my face, and 4 television camera crews waited anxiously to interview me. The first television reporter in line was from the local NBC affiliate. While his cameraman was setting up his lights, I heard the reporter mutter something about it's being too good to have a national story for a change. I asked him what he was talking about, but the lights were ready, and the camera began to whirl before he could answer. "Aren't you concerned about your personal safety?" was the NBC man's question to me. "After so many years abroad revealing your identities of your former CIA colleagues?" Later I thought of a number of pungent replies I could have or should have made, but at the time I was so nonplussed I could only stutter, "Is this a news show?" "Of course." "Then I have news for you," I said. "You have the wrong man." That press conference was over before it began. A few hardy media souls lingered to ask questions, but most of them packed up their gear and departed to cover a more important story. And needless to say, I didn't appear on NBC's national news program that night. I still don't know what happened in Erie before I arrived, but I was told that the confusion began when someone perceived the Atlee Phillips part of my name as being Philip Agee. That actually, that's something I was thinking about too, because his brother published books under the name Philip Atlee, and that's very similar to Philip Agee. Anyway, here we go. A capacity crowd filled the large theater when I spoke. Half an hour later, the 2 burly policemen were vigilant in the wings. The newspaper editor, who had refused to introduce me, sneaked into the back of the hall. He didn't hear what he expected. The next day, in his editorial column, the journalist described me as an authentic hero. In the same report, he chastised Philip Agee as being a traitor and chastised Native Americans who don't stand up to defend their intelligence agencies. My reaction to this episode remains mixed, but perhaps I should say, thank you, Philip Agee. Part 3. Studies in Intelligence. Chapter 10. The KGB. It's here, there, everywhere. My first encounter with a Soviet KGB agent was more than 30 years ago, in a dockside bar at the Pacific port of Valparaiso, Chile. I was nervous before that meeting. As a neophyte spy, I had only a few weeks of CIA experience to match against the Russian with whom I had been instructed to strike up an acquaintance with, the hope of eventually persuading him to collaborate with CIA. Before entering the bar, I asked the intelligence veteran who was my case officer for the recruitment attempt. "How will I know which one is the Russian?" "Look for the guy with pants cuffs so wide they flap," was the reply. "He'll be the KGB agent." In 1950, the fledgling CIA was only 3 years old, while the Soviet KGB had been operating in Russia and around the globe under one name or another for more than 30 years. Despite the 3 decades of experience, however, the KGB was an inflexible secret service, and its officers were often clumsy in social situations, the only spies in the world who could be spotted because of their unfashionable cut of their clothes. The first modern Russian secret service was known as the Cheka. Subsequently, it had been identified by an alphabet soup of titles: the GPU, the OGPU, the NKVD, and the MGB. Since 1954, it has been famous or infamous, according to the point of view, as the KGB, the Committee of State Security. In the U.S., the FBI conducts domestic operations, while the CIA operates abroad. In Russia, the KGB has responsibility for domestic and foreign clandestine operations. This dual charter and the KGB's apparently unlimited supply of money and people make the Russian spy service ambiguous. It is the largest intelligence organization in the world, with more operatives in more countries than in all other secret agencies combined, with its methods of operation occasionally shift in response to the winds of change in Pata Libro. It is never scrutinized in the Soviet press, nor has it ever been leashed by its own government. Unlike the CIA, and to a lesser extent the British Secret Service, the KGB has a few policy problems that make the profession of spying easy. The KGB should not be confused with the Russian Military Intelligence Service, the GRU, the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Soviet General Staff. Smaller than the KGB, the GRU has managed many successful espionage networks. A GRU colonel, Nicholas Zabudin, was the case officer for a Canadian spy ring before being betrayed by a defecting Russian code clerk Igor Goroko. The Red Orchestra, which collected information from inside Nazi Germany during World War II, was conducted by GRU spy master Leopold Trepper. Russia learned how to fabricate atomic bombs from GRU networks in the US and England. GRU super spy Richard Sorge's agents in Japan purloined documents which precisely predicted the German invasion of Europe. Stalin ironically refused to believe the reports. Sorge was vindicated posthumously after he was executed in Japan, when a Russian opera was named for him and his countenance was printed on a postage stamp. Despite its independent status, the GRU is basically a military service of the KGB. The KGB chief, Yuri Andropov, was a member of the Soviet Politburo, which tells the GRU how high to jump and when. 2 excellent books have been documented for the KGB story. John Barron wrote KGB in 1974, and 1981 CIA veteran Harry Rosnick published The KGB, The Eyes of Russia. The volume has a second subtitle, The Secret Operations of the World's Best Intelligence Organization. There is considerable debate, sometimes approaching acrimony, amongst intelligence experts about the contention that the KGB is the world's best. Best at what? Collecting information? Code breaking? Covert political action? The acquisition of scientific and economic data? It depends. I am among the group of ex-professionals who believe that, all priorities considered, Israel's Mossad is the most effective spy service anywhere. There is one area where the KGB is indistinguishably the best in the business: counterintelligence, the craft of penetrating a hostile espionage service. Known in its most aggressive form as a counter-espionage, the KGB has recruited and manipulated over a period of years many high-level penetrations of the British and French secret services, the most famous of the double agents being Kim Philby. Some of the operations have been stunning successes, for which the KGB should be given high marks for professionalism. Philby, a loyal KGB agent for almost 3 decades, became the chief of the British Service's Soviet Operations Division. The only other position he could have held there that might have been more advantageous to the Russians was as chief of the entire British Foreign Intelligence Service, an assignment for which he was a serious candidate before he was unmasked. In the general area of recruiting spies for routine intelligence purposes, the KGB has been successful in recruiting large numbers of informants, but not necessarily agents of high quality. This was the result of an eager but often clumsy shotgun approach in persuading foreigners to become spies. The KGB works on the principle that if enough recruitment pitches are made, some of the efforts are bound to succeed. This is certainly true, but it makes for the untidy stable of spies. The Soviet government makes no diplomatic apologies when the KGB operatives under diplomatic cover are caught red-handed after bungled recruitment attempts, and that happens frequently. Between 1970 and 1975, no CIA officers were declared persona non grata in Latin America. During the same 5-year period, more than 80 Soviet diplomats were expelled from 10 countries in Latin America, 4 years before the British expelled more than 100 Soviet officials for espionage activities, all at the same time. Despite the adverse publicity and the diplomatic protests which have resulted from sloppy recruitment pitches, the KGB sends the responsible agents, after a cooling-off home tour in Moscow, to new assignments abroad where they resume their espionage activities. Far from being punished, the agents are rewarded, sometimes with appealing point-man assignments, such as expense account seduction operations. The popular belief that the Soviets use sex as a weapon is exaggerated, but not much. It's true that in many KGB operations, seduction has become a clandestine art form. The popular belief that the Soviets use sex. Selected handsome and virtuous KGB officers are trained as specialists in seduction and assigned the presumable enjoyable task of bedding and eventually recruiting secretaries who work in government and military offices abroad. A lonely woman far from her home, employed as a secretary at NATO headquarters in Belgium, for instance, can be an easy score for an attentive foreigner, who suddenly demonstrates his passion and declares his love. Once such an affair is consummated, the KGB lover demands classified information in return for his promise of fidelity. The ploy often succeeds. One notable exception, a failure that was salvaged, occurred in Europe when a KGB agent decided, after seducing a secretary, that her anti-communist tendencies were so strong that she would never agree to spy for the Russians. So the KGB suitor pretended to be a British agent. Such a gambit is known as a false flag approach, and asked the secretary to steal documents for his chief in London. To flesh out the scenario, he then introduced a second KGB officer who pretended he was a spy. He was a chief of the British Secret Service. Convinced that she was spying for the West, the secretary unwittingly passed classified documents to the KGB thereafter. The velvet trap of sexual compromise is used by a branch of the KGB which concentrates on recruiting foreign diplomatic and military personnel assigned to Moscow. Many must serve their tours without their families, and they become prime targets for the KGB towards the end of a lonely night or near the bottom of a bottle. A typical case was that of a U.S. Army sergeant in charge of the motor pool at the American Embassy in Moscow. His wife and children were in stateside. He was enticed into participating in a staged orgy and woke the next morning to find a woman in his bed. A few weeks later, she claimed to be pregnant. Soon her KGB brother showed up, threatening the sergeant with exposure unless he agreed to work for the KGB. The sergeant became a traitor, although it is doubtful the Soviets benefited much from the secrets of the embassy motor pool. When high-ranking diplomats or senior military people are involved, KGB sexual entrapment scenarios become complicated and elaborate. The KGB maintains a stable of sexual specialists, pimps, prostitutes, homosexuals, and sexual deviants, all ready to perform in X-rated KGB sexual recruitment schemes. In one case, both the French ambassador to Russia and his wife were seduced by KGB lovers. Both husband and wife were manipulated into becoming agents. The French military attaché in the same embassy committed suicide when KGB agents showed him dirty pictures depicting his role in a bisexual orgy. On the other hand, other French military attaché in Prague told the KGB to go to hell when they threatened him with photographs featuring his middle-of-the-sandwich role between two KGB whores. While he refused to be a spy, the Frenchman did ask for copies of the photographs. He wanted to send them to his wife in France to prove to her that his virility had not been diminished. During the years of the Cold War, many foreign diplomats stationed in Moscow were recruited by the CIA after being introduced to homosexual lovers, and after the KGB-sponsored alliance had been filmed by hidden cameras for home movies. The ploy is outdated now. The international diplomatic community has come out of the closet, and the stigma previously connected with a homosexual trait is no longer serious enough to exploit with blackmail. Much has been written of the KGB's wet department, the super-secret assassination unit at No. 2 Discromery Square, the agency's headquarters. After World War II, thousands of Russian exiles formed vociferous anti-communist communities throughout Europe. Assassins were dispatched from Moscow to quiet the voices of dissent. KGB killers used an incredible array of murder weapons to dispose of editors and broadcasters, lethal cigarette packs, pistols with silencers, and gas guns that left no trace to fix the cause of death. Half a dozen exotic potions of poison injected by as many methods were used in a number of political assassinations. Some experts are convinced the KGB abandoned assassination as a political weapon in 1962, the same year the CIA gave up on its effort to eliminate Fidel Castro. If the KGB has continued to use assassination as a practice, as other experts claim, there is no evidence to support the contention. There is evidence, however, that the KGB has sanctioned assassination by the intelligence services which act for and in tandem with the Soviets. One bizarre assassination plot unfolded in 1978 when a Bulgarian exile died after being pricked by a poison-tipped umbrella in a London bus station. A similar murder attempt failed a few days later in Paris when the Bulgarian victim rallied after the poison-induced illness almost caused his death. The London murder and the Paris attempt were carried out by agents of the Bulgarian Secret Service. It is highly unlikely that the KGB officer who was assigned to the front office of that service in Sofia was ignorant of the assassination scheme. The KGB has recruited a large number of U.S. soldiers, ranging in a rank from private to colonel. The sergeant at the U.S. Embassy motor pool in Moscow probably provided the KGB with information of dubious value. But what if he had not been detected? Who knows when, later, he might have been assigned to a sensitive slot involving communications, war planning, or research and development. There was such a payoff in the case of Robert Lee Johnson, an Army sergeant who worked as a spy for the KGB for 12 years. Johnson did not become a Soviet agent because of the KGB guile or professionalism. He was a walk-in, a soldier with a grudge against his own country, when he volunteered to spy for the Russians. For much of that time, he was linked with the KGB. Johnson held jobs that offered scant opportunity to obtain classified information. But then came the espionage jackpot. Johnson was assigned as a guard at the Armed Forces Courier Station at Orly Field, near Paris. Top-secret messages to and from the Pentagon were stored between air flights in a vault at the depot. The KGB performed brilliantly in teaching Johnson how to get in and out of the vault in a manner that could not be detected. For 5 months, in late 1962 and early 63, Sergeant Johnson pilfered the U.S. military's family jewels, but he kept the messages out of the vault just long enough to be copied by his CIA case officers. U.S. intelligence was unaware that its secrets had been purloined. It was an intelligence coup of the first magnitude. In Moscow, 4 of Johnson's case officers were awarded the Order of Lenin, highest decoration of the Soviet Union. Johnson was arrested by the FBI in 1965 after a tip by his wife. He was sentenced to 25 years in the federal penitentiary in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, where he was murdered 7 years later. Particide. Johnson's son, just returned from Vietnam, visited the prison. When Johnson smiled and stretched out his hand, the son ripped the father's chest open with a combat knife. Johnson died within the hour. Damn. One of the Soviet Union's largest embassies is in Mexico City, not because of interest in Mexico's secrets, which are scant, but so the KGB can use the Mexican capital as a base for operations against the U.S. The recruiting of American spies to obtain American secrets is the KGB's top priority. Evidence of that activity appears so frequently in the press that Soviet spy operations have become accepted as routine. Each KGB case is unique, however, and seldom humdrum. Consider, for instance, 3 cases which generated headlines in 1981. David J. Barrett, the ex-CIA officer who walked into the KGB residency in Jakarta, the Indonesian capital, to offer his services. The Soviets had him returned to the U.S., where he asked to penetrate the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, or one of the Congressional Intelligence Oversight Committees. He failed in each case and was arrested by the FBI after what those in the know now describe as brilliant work by the U.S. and counterintelligence officers. The Snowman and the Falcon was the book that described how 2 young KGB agents spied for the Russians in the top-secret code room at the The Snowman and the Falcon was the book that described how 2 young KGB agents spied for the Russians in the top-secret code room at the TRW Inc. plant in California. One of the men, Christopher Boyce, escaped from prison after his conviction on espionage charges and was recaptured after he robbed a number of banks by the FBI in August 1981, 19 months later. And then again in 1981, the case of the American business executive arrested by the FBI for passing classified documents from the Hughes Corporation to a Polish businessman who worked in Los Angeles for a firm which had headquarters in Grove Village, Illinois. A Polish businessman in Los Angeles? Grove Village, Illinois? That's right. One reason the KGB is one of the world's top intelligence organizations is because it uses surrogate services extensively and effectively, especially the intelligence group it set up in Cuba 20 years ago. The DGI, the Cuban Directorate General of Intelligence, a KGB officer sits in the front office suite of the DGI in Havana, as one does in Sofia, and protects Soviet interests and assigns tasks to Cuban intelligence officers. The Cuban spy service has become, after 2 decades of Russian tutors, a faithful replica of the KGB, right down to the Cuban sexual entrapment operations modeled on the Moscow example. The KGB has built-in flaws, which always diminish its effectiveness. Nepotism is one. Many KGB officers obtain employment because a father or uncle is prominent in the Kremlin. A more serious weakness is a result of the Russian political system. KGB officers are leery of bringing bad news to the Politburo or passing its reports which make the Soviet Union look bad. But for all its faults, the KGB is a superior spy service these days. In 30 years since I have met the KGB agent in the But for all its faults, the KGB is a superior spy service these days. In the 30 years since I met that KGB agent in the Chile bar, Russian spies have become more sophisticated and the cut of their clothes is less identifiable. Chapter 11. Castro's spies are no longer teenagers. Fidel Castro, soon after becoming Cuba's newest dictator in the early hours of the first day of 1959, dispatched fledgling spies abroad to provide intelligence support for the export of his revolution. Some of his agents were teenagers who had fought with Castro during his years in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. The raw intelligence agents were ridiculed from Mexico City to Tokyo, where they pretended to be diplomats. Castro's spies could be spotted easily at embassy receptions with their long hair, unkempt beards, ill-fitting black suits, and invariably hip bulges which scarcely concealed a Colt .45 caliber automatic pistol, favored weapon of the General Directorate of Intelligence, the DGI. The DGI was Cuban in its early period, but was nursed through growing pains by the Committee of State Security, the Soviet Secret Service known as the KGB. From the beginning, the Russians molded the DGI into its own image. KGB instructors taught Cubans the tradecraft of clandestine operations before they were posted overseas. Soon, the appearance of DGI agents changed. Their hair was trimmed, cut of clothing improved, and handguns were replaced with more discreet sidearms. While Castro welcomed Soviet tutelage for the DGI, he resisted schemes to control his intelligence service. He trusted DGI chief Manuel Pinheiro, had studied at Columbia University in New York, was married to an American, and suspected Russian motives. He kept an eye on the KGB colonel, who worked in an adjunct office. Other Soviet officers occupied advisory positions in the DGI, and Pinheiro watched them too, reporting to his maximum chief, Fidel Castro. The tricks of espionage trade caught by KGB officers to DGI agents were tested in the field when Castro attempted to export his revolution, often violently, to most of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The Kremlin did not approve. The Politburo considered the adventures foolhardy, and worse, they didn't conform to the party line. The Soviets discouraged Castro's revolutionary antics, suggesting that he subvert his enemies quietly, Russian style. When Fidel Castro spurred Soviet political guidance, the DGI became a chipping game of power poker between the KGB on one side and on the other Castro and Pinheiro. In late 1961, Soviet bids to win control of the DGI became increasingly blatant. Some Cuban agents sent to Moscow were recruited by the KGB. Others refused Russian blanchiments and reported the pitch to Pinheiro. Fidel Castro tolerated the intrigue for over a year before he called the Soviet bluff. In March 1962, television harangue, 3 hours on camera, shorter than most of his speeches, Castro castigated the Soviets for maneuvering to steal his revolution and suborn his secret service. The contest for power in Cuba continued for 6 years. Then, in early 1968, Castro again challenged the Russians by jailing 34 pro-Moscow Cuban officials. Then, the Russians played the oil card. Petroleum shipments from the Black Sea to Cuban ports dwindled to a trickle, and in some cases dried up completely. The oil refineries are shut down for repairs, was the official Russian explanation. The Cuban economy staggered disastrously. Castro wanted desperately to call the Soviet hand. Once, he ordered a census of Cuban oxen in the vain hope that the sugar harvest could be reaped without Russian fuel. The economy nearly collapsed. Castro threw in his hand in the aftermath of the Prague Spring of 1968, when the Czech uprising was crashed by Soviet tanks. Except in Chile, leaders of every communist party in Latin America abandoned the party line to denounce the Soviets. Cubans expected Castro to join the chorus of condemnation in a television speech. The Russian ambassador met Castro privately. Whatever he said, Fidel Castro's speech, brief and blunt, stunned Cubans. He praised the Russians' invasion of Czechoslovakia. The Soviets had won the winner-take-all game. Cuba became a Russian stooge in international affairs. After Castro agreed not to criticize Soviet policy and to accept 5,000 Soviet specialists to run the Cuban economy. In the intelligence arena, the DGI became a KGB surrogate. Manuel Pinheiro was demoted. The new DGI chief reported directly to the KGB, and Cuban spies around the world received new marching orders from the headquarters. In Paris, the DGI chief summoned his staff and announced, "We are closer to the Soviets now." Asked to explain, he read aloud from the message from Havana, "We are working for our associates, and will be taking on some of their jobs." One job the Cubans undertook for the KGB in 1971 in England was a rescue mission. The British government, exasperated by pro-life-rating Soviet espionage activity, expelled 107 Russian diplomats without case officers to steal them. KGB networks foundered, but a DGI defector in London later revealed Cuban agents stepped in to the handhold Soviet spies and keep espionage operations afloat until the KGB was able to replenish its staff with fresh diplomats. The Soviets, through the DGI and, to a lesser extent, their military intelligence service, the Chief Directorate of Soviet General Staff, GRU, used Cuban agents to their advantage during the 1970s. Castro's spies were especially useful in Africa and the Middle East. With the DGI pursuing Soviet ends, KGB advisors no longer discouraged violence and Cuban adventurism. KGB personnel and financing helped transform the island of Cuba into a vast army for guerrillas and terrorists from more than 50 countries. A lesson in Soviet endorsement of violence and Cuban promotion of it is found in the principal textbook provided students in secret schools in Cuba, a book published after the Russians were in charge. Terrorism Instructs, the mini manual of the urban guerrilla, is an action that the urban guerrilla must execute with the greatest cold-bloodedness, calmness, and decisions. Students learn that assassination requires only a single guerrilla. In many cases, the manual reads, the execution can be carried out by one sniper, operating in absolute secrecy and in cold blood. One Cuban training camp graduate, according to a dubious report, became a celebrated assassin and a notorious terrorist. Ilic Ramirez Sanchez, a Venezuelan known as Carlos and sometimes the Jackal, headed the squad which kidnapped 12 OPEC oil ministers in Vienna in 1975. 3 persons were killed, with Carlos himself pumping 5 bullets into one victim. In Paris, the same year, Carlos participated in several bloodbaths, including one with the greatest cold-bloodedness. He dropped an M26 grenade from a nightclub balcony into the crowd below, wounding 30 people, 2 of them mortally. An informant led 3 French detectives to an apartment where Carlos was hiding. Although the police had the advantage of surprise, Carlos escaped after shooting and killing the informant and 2 of the policemen, and wounding the 3rd. The shootout prompted the French Interior Ministry to issue a statement, confirming the close link between terrorist networks and the espionage service of certain states. The ambiguity was not difference to one state, the Soviet Union, which the French did not want to antagonize. But the French did not hesitate to name Cuba, and they expelled 3 DGI agents for conspiring to arrange Carlos's escape. The Cuban connection with Soviet intelligence programs is not confined to DGI covert political gambits or GRU military field operations. As the DGI has matured, its agents have become adept in the basic espionage task of gathering information. Cubans make good spies. They are usually clever, often personable. The Spanish-speaking operatives communicate effectively in Latin America, and black Cubans blend into African situations, and blonde DGI agents are not conspicuous in Europe. But nowhere does the KGB get better operational mileage from the DGI than in this country. The U.S. is described in KGB training lectures as the main enemy. There were about 1,000 Soviet intelligence people in the U.S., 400 of them undercover at the United Nations mission in New York. This army of spies makes the principal charge against Americans' institutions, but skirmishes are launched from the flanks. In Mexico City, for example, the large complement of KGB personnel in the Soviet embassy is not there to pilfer Mexican secrets, there aren't many, but to use Mexico as a base of operations against American targets. Similarly, DGI headquarters in Havana is a KGB command post for sorties into the U.S. Official cover for the DGI in the U.S. is limited due to the absence of diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. But 20 Cuban agents work out of the Cuban Interest Section in the Czech Embassy in Washington and 80 in the United Nations Mission in New York. When diplomatic billets are scarce, Secret Service agents When diplomatic billets are scarce, secret services rely on illegals or deep cover agents. The KGB spent large sums and years of preparation in order to insulate a single spy into U.S. society, usually after a stopover in an English-speaking country to Polish language. The time and money is considered well spent, as spies need a cover or legend to explain their presence in the U.S. The DGI has no such problem. It dispatches agents into the U.S. quickly and cheaply. The only thing the DGI has to do, explains Alfonso Tarabaco, a former Senate counterintelligence investigator, is just to throw the Cuban agents amongst the Cuban community to pretend they escaped by boat or they jumped the fence at Guantanamo. Once DGI spies mingle with Cuban exiles in a U.S. city, they have only to spout a few anti-Castro slogans to be accepted, so they don't have to build legends like a Soviet or East German would have to do, or to come to the U.S. either from Australia or South Africa, as some of the Soviets have. They can come here directly, by boat. Once in the U.S., the KGB DGI spies operate without much difficulty. The FBI is charged with thwarting Cuban espionage, but only one bureau agent admits, "We might as well give the Cubans a license to spy. We have our hands full watching the Russians. There's simply not enough manpower or money to monitor Cuban activities adequately." Yet the FBI has foiled DGI operations which prove that Cuban intelligence poses a serious security threat. Some Cuban operations have been ominous. For example, a DGI officer was expelled after he attempted to purloin the floor plans of then-President Nixon's residence. Other DGI capers have been in the James Bond tradition, as when the Cubans dangled a beautiful South African blonde, Jennifer, as sexual bait for a big fish in Washington, hooking at least one senior Department of State officer. Psychological warfare experts consider the DGI-sponsored We Will Win brigades one of the most successful covert political operations in modern history. Some 2,500 Americans in 10 continents contingents visited Cuba between 1969 and 1977. the ostensible purpose was to cut Cuban sugarcane. In fact, the Americans were encouraged to destroy their own society. U.S. weathermen, members of the underground radical group, which boasted of bombing the U.S. Capitol, met Vietnamese and Viet Cong delegations in Havana. Within weeks of their return, they fanned the flames of Chicago riots. A more recent DJI propaganda coup was the successful campaign to create doubt about the authenticity of a Department of State white paper on El Salvador, a media event orchestrated from his European exile by a renegade CIA agent Philip Agee. Agee has played the role of a Cuban agent of influence for almost a decade. He pounded pro-Cuban drums before elections in Jamaica, has been the star attraction of the Cuban Communist Youth Festival in Havana, and today continues his identification of American intelligence agents abroad. In addition to DJI support, the Soviet Union can now expect military field assistance from GRU-trained Cuban intelligence officers amongst the thousands of troops in Africa and the Middle East. Closer to home, Cuban officers are working with the Nicaraguan government to accomplish its goal of a 50,000-man army in 1982. Our priorities have had to change, comments a longtime Defense Intelligence Agency officer. A half a dozen CIA and FBI veterans were recently asked to respond in one word to the question. Closer to home, Cuban officers are working with the Nicaraguan government. Closer to home, Cuban officers are working with the Nicaraguan government to accomplish its goal of a 50,000-man army in 1982. Our priorities have had to change, comments a longtime Defense Intelligence Agency officer. A half a dozen CIA and FBI veterans were recently asked to respond in one word to the question, how good is the DJI now? Good, better, professional, improved, and aggressive. And disregarding the one-word answer, injunction, damned good. Castro's Secret Service has come of age, and his spies are no longer teenagers. If licenses are to be issued, they should be to the FBI at home and the CIA abroad in the form of authority and funds to confront the Soviet Union on yet another front. Sidebar for Chapter 11 from Military Science and Technology. How Cuban operatives working for the KGB consolidate Marxist power in third world countries. An important ingredient in the success brews of international revolution. I'm not going to read this shit. Chapter 12. Disinformation. The Art of Artifice. There is no art higher, the Chinese general and Cold Warrior wrote, than that of destroying the enemy's residence without a fight on the battlefield. All right. Chapter 12. Disinformation. The Art of Artifice. There is no art higher, the Chinese general and Cold Warrior wrote, than that of destroying the enemy's resistance without a fight on the battlefield. Subvert everything of value in the enemy's country. How many students in psychological warfare classes have dozed off after that traditional sleepy beginning? And then there was the tedious middle of 1,000 years when Sun Tzu established his rule for political and psychological subversion before the term psychological warfare took on a public meeting in 1980 with Arnaud de Bourgeois's and Robert Moss's Spike. It was a novel clearly based on Washington's leading Marxist think tank, the Institute for Policy Studies. The relationship was so obvious, in fact, that the Institute sued the publisher because of the twin portrait of the Institute's transnational centers in Washington and Holland. Philip Agee worked in Amsterdam after being expelled from other European countries. The premise of the novel is that those at the Institute march a drummer that attacks American contentions and supports anti-American causes. Also in 1980, the same year the fictional The Spike was published, a disinformation campaign against an American journalist began, a man who had been a writer, then a CIA officer, then a journalist again. I was the victim. First in 1980, I was accused of being Maurice Bishop, Lee Harvey Oswald's CIA case officer, and in that role the stage manager of John F. Kennedy's assassination. Then, later the same year, I was accused at a formal Washington press conference of complicity in the murder of former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier. A number of book authors, several newspaper reporters, some pseudo-journalists, and at least 2 fugitives from justice were responsible. One was a pedophile. That worthy is still on the lam. Some were out to make money. Some were CIA haters. Others, anti-American Marxists. One was a Communist Party journalist. It was a worldwide program. The Letelier accusations against me were hatched in the Institute for Foreign Policy by Saul Landau, a pro-Castro, anti-CIA fanatic. The Kennedy accusation began with a conspiracy buff and was immediately picked up and printed in a dozen magazines. The origin of the campaign against me, unquestionably, was hatched in the Institute for Policy Studies. The man responsible was Saul Landau, a fervid anti-Castro activist and a pro-Castro Marxist. But it's time to go back to the routine history of Sun Tzu. Spread disunity and dispute, instructed him. Turn the young against the old. Send out your secret agents in all directions. Do not skimp with money and promises, for they yield a high return. The tactics advocated by Sun Tzu would be known today as dirty tricks. Few responsible U.S. government officials seriously entertain the notion of shunning clandestine deception operations despite a lack of nobility in such an enterprise. Indeed, some of the most respected figures in American history have found it expedient to practice disinformation. Time for a history quiz. Question: who was the American general most addicted to the use of deception operations? Who allowed fabricated documents to fall into the hands of enemy agents or secret plans to be discussed in their presence? Which American general arranged that his concurros carrying bogus information were to be captured by the enemy? Who constructed fake military facilities to deceive enemy scouts? Who managed during a major war to make the enemy believe his force of 3,000 men was 40,000 strong? And who is the practitioner of those dirty tricks? Answer: General George Washington. The American War of Independence spawned dozens of clandestine operations, especially disinformation and deception operations, and they continued through the American Civil War and World War I. But their use as military tactics reached a zenith during World War II. Often disinformation programs became possible where the agents of one country were caught and doubled by their security services of an enemy. The German General Staff, for instance, managed an operation named North Pole in Holland so successfully that British commando and espionage operations there were neutralized for the duration of the war. The Germans accomplished this by capturing British agents and controlling their radio messages to London for disinformation purposes. Operation Mincemeat was the code name for a British operation in which the principal actor was a cadaver. A book, then a film, was made about the endeavor and had the title The Man Who Never Was. The deception consisted of dressing an anonymous corpse as a major in the Royal Marines, then planting proper identity papers on him, as well as forged documents indicating the Allies were about to make a landing in Greece, rather than in Sicily. The painstakingly prepared decoy body was cast adrift from a submarine near the shores of neutral Spain, where many German agents were based. When the corpse floated ashore, a dutiful informant obtained the false documents and passed them on to his Nazi case officer, who promptly reported the disinformation to Berlin. One ingenious propaganda operation manipulated by U.S. forces in World War II, called Operation Cornflakes, required dropped by Allies as they were obviously delivered by the enemy. But if the message arrived in a normal fashion through the mail, The Germans would believe that the anti-Nazi message originated with a resistance group within Germany. With this in mind, American P-38 fighters attacked German trains moving from Italy to Germany. Then entire sacks of forged mail were dropped in or near the wreckage. Efficient salvage crews gathered up the sacks and inserted them into the regular German postal system. Over a period of months, more than 120 spurious sacks of mail entered Germany or battle areas where German soldiers were in combat. Lonely German soldiers far from home, in fact, became the target of one propaganda ploy in the Cornflake Campaign. A letter to one of them described an organization back home called the League of Lonely Women. The women, the letter claimed, had banded together to befriend soldiers stationed near their home. "When are you coming on leave?" a letter, one that originated in the information of an OSS officer, would ask. "We are waiting for you in any cafe, in any bar, near a railroad station in Germany. Soon a member will be with you, and all the traumas of fighting will disappear in the beauty of one night. Don't be shy. Your wife, sister, or loved one is also one of us." That last sentence of disinformation, of course, was the kicker. Hardly the sort of message which would improve the moral of a jealous German soldier fighting on the Russian front who wondered what his wife was doing in his absence. But Operation North Pole, mincemeat, and cornflakes were insufficient when compared with the stunning success achieved by British intelligence with its double-cross system. Prior to the Normandy landing, an intelligence genius named Sir John Masterman conducted his vast, brilliant deception operation. The majority of German spies in England were first arrested. The majority of German spies in England were first arrested, then doubled. That is, they agreed to provide the disinformation to German case officers in exchange for promises of light prison sentences. With control thus established over agents and their communications, the British were able to plant false information, which was eventually reported to Berlin, as to where the main attack of the Allied invasion would occur. Untold, thousands of lives were saved. International disinformation operations did not disappear after World War II. The emphasis, however, was less on fabricated documents and elaborate deception scenarios, and more on the use of individuals as agents of influence. People capable of influencing the decisions of the government, especially journalists, were recruited to further disinformation programs. During the Cold War era, both the U.S. and the Soviet KGB traveled this road. "We must constantly encourage Western journalists," General Agee, the KGB disinformation chief, told his agents in 1968, "to write precisely the opposite of our real intentions, and anyone who writes or speaks about real intentions accurately or impartially in the Western sense of the words must be quickly dismissed and ridiculed as someone of the right or a fascist, someone who wants to bring back McCarthyism." The Spike capulated to the top of the bestseller list in 1980, despite a notable lack of interest in the book by American critics and reviewers. Featured stories about the novel and its authors were, more often than not, spiked. The spike in the title refers to the instrument on an editor's desk on which he impales stories he wants to kill. Most journalists begin to take note of the book and its message only after the paperback rights were sold for almost $1 million. Then most American journalists trashed the book, describing it as disinformation and a scare tactic that hoodwinked the public. But those who did not believe the spike must have been bewildered at two developments after the book was written. A prominent French journalist, Pierre-Charles Path, was found guilty later in 1980 and sentenced to 5 years in prison after making a full confession to the French State Security Court. Path admitted that for 20 years he had worked for the KGB's disinformation department. During those 2 decades, he had been a paid agent of the Soviets, handled over the years by 6 KGB case officers. The Russians passed material to Path, which he later published as his own work. Path also edited a newsletter, which was distributed to several hundred clients in Paris, including 50 foreign embassies and 400 members of the French government. Then, later still in 1980, a political incandescent letter was smuggled out of the Soviet Union. incandescent letter was smuggled out of the Soviet Union. It had been written in a prison cell by Andrei Sakharov, Nobel laureate, inventor of the Soviet hydrogen bomb, and the world's best-known political prisoner. Sakharov said that the Soviet agents of influence fall into 4 categories. First, some who are motivated towards communism because they sincerely believe it's the best system. Second, there are others amongst people who conduct themselves in a progressive manner because they consider it profitable, prestigious, or fashionable. A third category consists of naive, poorly informed, or indifferent people who close their eyes to the bitter truth and eagerly swallow any sweet lie. Finally, there is a fourth group, people who have been bought in the most direct meaning of the word, not always with money. These include some political figures, businessmen, a great many writers and journalists, government advisors, and heads of press and television. Overall, they make quite a group of influential people. Influential people, sweet lies, journalists who are bought. Members of the liberal establishment in the U.S. today continue to insist that the spike is a fictional exaggeration, that American newsmen can't be influenced by hostile agents, that American journalists would never agree to march to the beat of a foreign drum. But I remember the man who first introduced me to psychological operations, which sometimes involve the use of disinformation and manipulation of foreign journalists. I expressed skepticism when he boasted, as he often did, that it was easy to influence newsmen. I said I doubted he could buy all reporters, especially Americans. He allowed that American journalists were usually, although not always, good citizens. You can't buy all reporters, he admitted, but then he paused and added, but I never met any I couldn't rent. And then back to dispose of this saga of the disinformation program about me. The litigation continued for 6 years. A British writer named Anthony Summers wrote a book called Conspiracy, and off we went, British hardback and paperback, stories in the London Observer, and an American edition that was an alternative for the Book of the Month selection. The charges were repeated on the Today Show. Washington Magazine ran a story, cover article of 85,000 words, book length, radio, TV, talk shows. But it's really difficult to really explain 6 years of libel litigation. If I tried, I would be biased. Only a tough editor can be sure that an article about a series of libel suits in which a plaintiff is involved is accurate and objective. So I invite you to look at the appendix on page 337. And just for context, the appendix on 337 says, from the Columbia Journalism Review, January to February 1987, the man nobody bothered to call. An ex-CIA agent repeatedly accused in print of being implicated in the assassination of JFK raises the issue of journalistic due process by David Atlee Phillips. 2 clarifications up front. First, I asked for it. In 1975, I retired early from the CIA to found the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, a group of men and women from the various intelligence agencies. As a result of the lecturing and writing that I did at this time, and a number of appearances on television, I became a public figure, an advocate of strong intelligence capability during a time of emotional debate on the subject. I thrust myself, in the words of Justice Powell in Gertz versus Rob Welsh, into the foray of public controversy, the forefront. Next, those activities were frequent and highly visible. They included appearances on all major U.S. television networks, on 60 Minutes, on British and French television, lecturing across the country, and writing a book on my CIA experiences. The point here is to indicate that as a public spokesman in the intelligence arena, I have been easy to locate. My home and phone office have been listed in the phone book. In short, I have not been hiding out. Those points I made, I submit a sequence of events that I should make some members of the Fourth Estate re-examine their concept on professional ethics. In May of 1980, a book called Conspiracy by Anthony Summers was published by Galancias in London. The book invited, indeed pressed, the reader to believe that during my CIA service, I used the pseudonym Maurice Bishop, which I did not, and that I met Lee Harvey Oswald in Dallas shortly before the assassination of John F. Kennedy, which I did not. The Summers conspiracy theory writer Gaten Fonzi, an investigative journalist turned government investigator for the Senate probe into the Kennedy assassination in 1975 to 76, and again in 1978 to 79 with the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Gaten Fonzi was the writer when Conspiracy was published in England. A page of excerpts dedicated to the proposition that I was Maurice Bishop was published by the London Observer. In the acknowledgments of his book, Summers thanked half a dozen people he interviewed during research in the Washington, D.C. area where I live, although any of those he interviewed could have provided my address and television and telephone numbers to Summers. He didn't contact me, nor did the editors of his book when it was published in England. I heard nothing from the Observer, which maintains a bureau in Washington, D.C., before that newspaper repeated the libel. If some in the British press were guilty of questionable journalism by not offering me the chance to comment, their transgressions were mild when compared with the irresponsibility of a larger number in the U.S. media who picked up the story and embellished it in subsequent years. McGraw-Hill published the American edition of Conspiracy in early June of 1980. No one at that respected house offered me the chance to comment on the charges, nor did Summers, despite my public challenge to him before the publication of the American edition. In mid-1980, I was accused of involvement in another political assassination. On June 25th, a press conference was held in Washington, D.C., and it had been convened by one Dr. William F. Pepper, introduced as the distinguished lawyer, psychologist, and educator. The purpose of the conference was to announce that I and other individuals had manipulated several groups, particularly the AFIO, in a cover-up after the murder of former Chilean foreign minister Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moffett in Washington in 1976. One specific charge was that I had purloined documents from Letelier's briefcase and after rewriting them for disinformation purposes, distributed them to the world press. That allegation had been made by Saul Landau, a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies. Now the allegation became a detailed denunciation of me, and I demand that I be prosecuted by the Department of Justice. Two freelance journalists, Donald Freed and Fred Landis, spoke at the press conference. Lawrence Hill, a book publisher, attended, but he did not speak. I did not attend the press conference. Being aware that I was going to be the subject of it, I certainly did not suspect that the charges would form the basis of a book. After retiring from the CIA, I had begun to write a number of periodicals. One was Washington Magazine. Usually, I worked directly with editor John A. Limpert. This relationship became personal when Limpert invited me and my wife to his home. In 1979, Limpert commissioned me to write an article on intelligence, nonfiction literature, and in early 1980, another on hostage situations. Later that year, Limpert asked me to submit an essay on espionage fiction. Shortly after Conspiracy appeared in the U.S., I wrote to Limpert, telling him that I was going to miss my deadline for the espionage fiction piece. The reason was that I was so agitated about Summers' allegation in Conspiracy that I was Maurice Bishop, and, using that pseudonym, had been somehow involved in Kennedy's death, that I found it difficult to concentrate on my writing. No problem, Limpert responded in a letter a few days later. I can understand your deadline problem, he wrote. Hope things clear up for you. The letter also stated that the espionage fiction project was not being assigned to another writer. On October 15th, I wrote to advise Limpert that I was ready to write again, should he still be interested in the essay. While I waited for his response, the November issue of the Washington Magazine came off the press, and advanced copies were distributed to the media on October 24th. The cover story in that issue bore the title, Who Killed JFK? The magazine article ran to more than 80,000 words in pursuing the question of who assassinated John F. Kennedy. The article invoked the name of Lee Harvey Oswald about 100 times and mentioned my name more than 300 times. There was one photograph of Oswald. There were 4 different photographs of me and 2 reproductions of a composite sketch of Maurice Bishop. The reader was invited to compare the drawings with photographs of me. Jack Limpert did ask for my comments after the story was published and on the wires of UPI and the AP. The 80,000 words had been written by Gaten Fonzi, once again a journalist. He had not sought my reaction. Later, Limpert responded to a query about why I was not allowed to comment by saying that Fonzi had in the past talked with Mr. Phillips. That was true as far as it went, but Fonzie had not spoken to me in his capacity as a journalist. He had interrogated me for several hours as a government investigator on 2 occasions, in 1976 and in 1979. In both instances, I volunteered to answer his questions. I declined Limpert's invitation to comment in the next month's issue, and I decided to sue for libel. The case was dismissed by 3 lower courts and by the Maryland Court of Appeals. I was clearly a public figure and would be unlikely to be able to prove malice. The ink was hardly dry on the realm of accusations in Washington when Lawrence Hill and Company of Westport, Connecticut published a book called Death in Washington, written by Donald Freed and Fran Landis. In addition to the charges that I was an accessory before and after the fact in the assassination, the book repeated the Maurice Bishop fantasy. A photo of me was captioned the other Lee Harvey Oswald. Neither of these co-authors had quarried me, nor had Dr. William F. Pepper, who wrote the preface. Publisher Hill had not asked for my comments, nor had his editor. This time, however, a legal effort prevailed. On February 14, 1986, after almost 5 years of litigation, my libel suit was settled when co-authors Freed and Landis submitted a statement of retraction to the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Publisher Hill also signed the statement. Dr. William F. Pepper did not. That worthy had slipped out of sight, having eluded for 4 years all efforts by private investigators to locate him. The 1980 press conference demand for a Justice Department investigation was on Dr. Pepper's stationery, with letterhead addresses and telephone numbers in New York and Rhode Island. By the time I began calling the newspapers, the telephones had been disconnected. I don't know where the elusive Dr. Pepper is. The settlement involved a financial payment to me with the agreement of the defendants, a full-page publication of the statement of retraction in Publishers Weekly. It was a satisfying development, but there was more to come. In November 1985, I saw the uncorrected galleries of a new book about the Kennedy assassination called Reasonable Doubt by Henry Hurt, and it had initially been a Reader's Digest project when the Digest abandoned the book. It was purchased by Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, now Henry Holt and Company. I flipped through the galleys. There it was. The Maurice Bishop yarn had been resurrected. On November 27, 1985, I wrote the author and, at Henry Holt, the president and the editors involved. Could I have 2,000 words somewhere in the book to refute the allegations? On January 8, 1986, I heard from W. Mallory Rintoul, Esquire, General Counsel for Henry Holt. Sorry, the book had gone to press. In February, I wrote to the lawyer, if the book has gone to press, might I have the opportunity to provide 2,000 words of refunction in any future edition? In March, Henry Holt's lawyer responded, no. And Mr. Rintoul continued his letter with a legal lecture in which he admonished me that you are the subject to the public official/public figure doctrine established under the New York Times case and its progeny. In my reply to that stern reminder, I conceded that I was a public official. I offered to sign a legal document prepared by Mr. Rintoul promising that I would never sue anyone connected with reasonable doubt. Having signed such a pledge, could I then have my 2,000 words in my subsequent printing? That letter, according to the post office, was received in New York on March 21, 1986. There has been no reply as I write this more than 6 months later. On the other hand, there was some good news from abroad. On October 7, 1986, the High Court in London announced the resolution of my libel suit against The Observer. The Weekly agreed to retract Anthony Summers' allegations that I had been Lee Harvey Oswald's CIA contact and to pay me a substantial sum in damages. Although such long-fought-for victories are cheering indeed, the overall pattern of journalistic behavior is depressing. It certainly depresses me, and I suspect it will not induce a state of euphoria in the vast majority of individuals and journalists who do give people they write about a fair shake. Then, why this jeremiade? I suppose it is because I feel the need to express some righteous indignation to an audience of professionals. I certainly don't suggest any legislative action that would inhibit the free and robust discussion of public issues and public officials. But I do believe it is unexcusable that a few journalists and authors should conclude that they can libel and later on talk shows defame victims of their allegations without being called to account. Whatever happened to the Sigma Delta Chi code of ethics? And the news media should not communicate unofficial charges affecting reputation or moral character without giving the accused a chance to reply. How can there be robust discussion unless there is more than one party to the discussion? What excuse can there be for journalism that hangs a man without allowing him to speak in his own defense? So, that was the appendix, and that's kind of what I was looking for. I wanted him to talk about Maurice Bishop and like all the books that were written saying that he was the case handler for Lee Harvey Oswald. And I kind of appreciate that part in the book. That was my favorite part so far because it's like, it makes it more suspicious because it's like, it doesn't necessarily say that he was the case handler, but he still could be involved. And like, it's pretty crazy because like on the cover you see him shaking hands with Alan Dulles, and they're both like the main people that they talk about when people talk about the CIA taking out Kennedy. So I've learned a lot from this book. He has a really interesting perspective on World War II and then what was going on in Latin America and Cuba, and I'm interested in reading the next few chapters. All right, thanks for listening.
Why did you watch Americans going in and out of the Soviet and Cuban missions?
We didn't watch Americans going in and out. We watched these missions on our radar screen, and every once in a while there would be a blip, and the blip would turn out to be an American.
You know he was at the Cuban embassy?
I do.
No doubt in your mind about that?
There's no question in my mind.
You believe he was at the Soviet embassy?
I'm not sure about that. I'm positive that he made contact with them. They all thought he was so strange that they didn't want to have anything to do with him, and they rebuffed him and told him that they were not interested.
How certain are you of this?
I'm positive. I know there are a lot of stories about photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald taken in Mexico. None were taken. There were no photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald.
What about the accusation, and it's made flatly sometimes, that the pictures of Oswald were destroyed?
Absolutely untrue. I was there, and I know.
And the question which the jurors passed on, as I said earlier, every single juror, every one of them, who heard the testimony of the White Citizens Council, the black members of the Congress of Racial Equality, the others involved in a really unlikely conspiratorial group, who all testified about the close continuing relationship between Clay Shaw and Lee Harvey Oswald, despite the CIA's efforts to disparage Jim Garrison and to discredit him. That body of evidence is a very important body of evidence and remains there totally unrefuted by the CIA or by Mr. Shaw. Add to that the CIA's admission now...
Mr. Shaw, I thought Mr. Shaw was dead.
Yes, he is dead now. That's correct. I'm not sure that was relevant to my point. Anyway, add to that the admissions by the Central Intelligence Agency of their close continuing relationship with Clay Shaw going back to 8 years before this period when he was involved with Lee Harvey Oswald. That being given, we have the documents, we have the testimony. How can you sit here, since you don't know anything about that, and say categorically, as you did, Oswald had no relationship with the CIA? How can you do that?
What I'm saying is based on, or I make a hypothesis based on the facts available to me, and I say that I'm convinced that he was not. Obviously, there could be some super operation and they're not going to come tell Dave Phillips about it. I say I am convinced on the evidence available to me. And I do not buy the idea that because there was a connection between Clay Shaw and the CIA, if there was one, and Lee Harvey Oswald, that necessarily proves that the CIA used Clay Shaw to do this. I really had thought that all the Clay Shaw business had been considered by nearly all serious critics as just something that we didn't consider anymore.
And then there's David Perry, and there's George Moore. We haven't gone to those other CIA conduits to Lee Harvey Oswald. But just this one, if you're not familiar with that body of evidence, then I don't think you should be traveling around the country saying the CIA had no contact at all to anyone with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Will you answer the second question concerning the disclaimer?
The disclaimer. No, I am not going to say that I'll do that because I think I'll consult two brothers who are lawyers first. One reason being that I have 5 kids to send through college and I couldn't afford the cost of winning a suit.
I can't afford the cost of being libeled anymore.
Are we going to finish?
Make one final sentence and then we will
Okay. I feel I have to explain two things about using the New York Times and the Washington Post as sources today. The reason that happened was this. I came here and I had a certain idea from the correspondent sent to me about what kind of meeting this was going to be. I walked in this morning and watched, and boy, it got to be pretty hot this morning. And then I saw my former colleague Ray Klein leave, and as I started to go up the stairs, there was almost a fight going on. And I thought, this really is different than I thought it was. And when I first started lecturing a short time ago, my lecture agent said, never speak more than 55 minutes and don't ever have a drink before you speak. Well, I decided I better do two things. Go back to my room and have a good drink and get some newspaper clippings, because I made up my mind that I would not attack you personally.
Where'd you find them in your hotel room?
No, I brought them with me. I brought them with me. I really don't understand that you see there's something wrong in knowing that you're going to go across the country to debate a ban and not bring a newspaper clipping that you have about it. Finally, I want to say one thing. I have not said that there was not a conspiracy to kill Jack Kennedy. The statement was made earlier by Mark himself, quoting my book. I've been talking about those things I know about and what I'm convinced. I don't know what happened to Dallas. What I'm trying to say today is let's find out. The investigation has now been going on for almost a year, and in the meantime, let's don't do it with gamesmanship.
One of the people I interviewed was the nephew of David Atlee Phillips, named Sean. And according to Sean Phillips, just before his death, David Atlee Phillips told his brother, who was Sean's father, that he was in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd. Now, we've placed David Atlee Phillips in the training camps, the anti-Castro training camps. We placed him with Oswald, and now we see that somehow he is there in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, looking over what there is to see. I doubt he was certainly not a shooter, but he was there.
It's amazing. I mean, that's amazing. And you had some information that I had not seen before that said that Lee Harvey Oswald was debriefed at Agee. Is that how you pronounce that? I'm not sure. After the defection?
I found new information about Oswald being debriefed even in New York. Information that is not in A Farewell to Justice, but that I managed to get my hands on. So people always said, well, how come Oswald wasn't debriefed? Yes, he was. And there was, of course, also CIA people at Agee who testified that Oswald was involved with the CIA and involved in the, in the Kennedy assassination. And that's James Wilcon. And that, again, then, of course, the government has to discredit the witness. And one of the people who discredited that witness was named Harold Leap, who worked for the House Select Committee on Assassinations. And Robert Burris, who was the police investigator for the state of Louisiana, said he spotted him instantly as a CIA operative who had infiltrated the House Select Committee on Assassinations.
Now, I have not changed my story in the 5 years I've been telling it this way. When we were 15 years old, my companion Vicki and I spoke with Lee Oswald and the CIA's David Phillips, with Antonio Veciana present, in the lobby of the Southland Center in downtown Dallas on the morning of September 7th, 1963. Okay. Now, I'm here to tell a story with some information. I'm not here to give you, to preach an angry sermon and talk to you about good guys and bad guys. Okay. This is just information. It derives from my memory. I'm afraid I cannot give good documentation. I state flatly that I'm not lying and I'm not deluded. Okay. All right. Excuse me? Rather Vicki spoke. Neither I nor Veciana said anything when the five of us were together. I simply listened. All right, in 1979, the House Select Committee on Assassinations learned of the lobby meeting from Veciana, almost accidentally, by the way. It showed a connection between Oswald and the CIA, and they were not sure about that at the time. In 1979, Veciana was not yet identifying Maurice Bishop, Phillips' pseudonym, as Phillips, but it was clear that, quote, Bishop, unquote, was highly placed in the federal government, probably with the CIA, which is, of course, a deep. You know who David Phillips is.